Welcome all. As we embark on the third and final day of our conference, I welcome you with enthusiasm and gratitude for our continued participation. Over the past 2 days, we have witnessed insightful discussions, gained valuable perspectives, and forged connections that will undoubtedly shape the trajectory of our collective endeavors. I hope you have been enjoying the enriching discussions and insightful presentations throughout this international joint meeting on explainable responsible artificial intelligence, deep and machine learning for understanding human and brain related disorders. Speaking about artificial intelligence, however, whatever, wherever, without human assistance, technology cannot advance. As we gather here for the final day with an exceptional event, I want to express my gratitude to each and every one of you for your participation, engagement, and contributions. It's been truly inspiring to witness the exchange of idea, but before we dive into today's sessions, I encourage you to take a moment to reflect on the valuable insights gained so far and to continue fostering connections with your fellow attendees. After all, these collaborations and conversations that drive innovation and progress. Once again, thank you for being part of this incredible journey. Let's make the most out of our time on this final day of the conference. Moving forward, let me introduce the session 4. It's about explainable artificial intelligence in brain disorders. Imagine a world where we can unlock the mysteries of the human brain with the help of an artificial intelligence. That's precisely what explainable AI aims to achieve, providing insights into complex algorithms and models so that they are not just black boxes, but rather transparent and interpretable tools that can aid in decision making and understanding. In the realm of brain disorders such as Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, or schizophrenia, explainable AI holds immense promise. By analyzing vast amounts of data from brain scans to genetic markers, AI algorithms can uncover hidden patterns and relationships that may elude human researchers. These insights can not only aid in early detection and diagnosis, but also in predicting disease progression and response to treatment. Now, it is my great pleasure to introduce our distinguished speaker for today, Dr. Daniel, professor at Sorbonne University, specializing in biomedical analysis, pattern recognition, and deep analytics with a keen focus on machine and deep learning. He also served as a principal investigator at the Paris Brain Institute within INRIA team RMS Lab. Dr. Daniel is a luminary in the fields of artificial intelligence, machine learning, and neuroscience, bringing a wealth of knowledge and expertise to our gathering. He holds 43 multidisciplinary publications like RED, EDS, Spatial Resolution, and the count goes on. Daniel received the mechanical engineering degree in mechatronics from the Polytechnica University of Timisoara in 1992 and PhD and Habil doctor degrees in control and computer sciences from the University of Bisan in France. His current research interests include cognitive diagnosis, prognosis assistance using semantic medical image analysis, content-based medical image retrieval, and medical image fusion. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, please join me in welcoming distinguished Dr. Daniel to the stage.
Namaskaram. Nenumi Madia Unanduku Chala Santoshanga Unanu. I'm very honored to be here. Thank you very much for the organization of the work, of this fantastic workshop. And so my name is Daniel Racoceanu. Everybody here is calling me Daniel, so please do so. I'm professor at Sorbonne University in France, and I'm PI at the Paris Brain Institute, which is a very nice research institution, a sort of mixture between private and public, and with about 800 people, and 25 research teams in different areas of biology. So I would like to talk about our destiny somehow, from the research point of view, from the AI point of view, from the human point of view. And I will not present this too much, but you certainly saw this kind of silent movie presenting you what AI is able to do now, just starting from keywords. So the kind of quality scenes they are able to generate purely from AI, and purely simply by giving a sort of simple query made by a human, right? So the quality and the inspiration of the scenes they are creating, starting just from a simple keyword, it's really amazing. So this is Sora now. What is interesting is that Sora in Romanian means sister. So I suspect that there are some Romanians in the loop. Why I'm saying that? Because I'm born in Romania, as you understood. So here, an example of queries they are having and the scenes created just after. So you can visualize that online. I will not spend too much time, but it's quite amazing to see how these kind of movies are close to realistic. And of course, this will improve more and more, because what we are seeing here is computer graphics, in fact. And the industry of computer graphics is already very professional, right? So Pixar, all these industries are huge industries, and technologies exist. Connecting this to a keyword, it's something which is somehow easy to do. Maybe the way of composing these elements to create realistic scenes, it's something which has not been done before, but you can see all of these scenes, as amazing as it could look, are artificial. Okay, so another important element in AI, I believe, for us, it's AlphaFold. It's reaching the second version, it's becoming better and better, and I believe in the future people could use this platform for drug discovery reasonably well, and with more and more refinement, I believe. So I was joking with some friends saying that maybe one day AI will receive the Nobel Prize for a new drug discovery, who knows? I'm teasing you, of course. And now if I'm going back to the roots, so you may have heard about Alan Turing, right? So who was a sort of founder of the computers. I will not say computer science, of the computers. He made a computer to beat a very reputable unbreakable machine built by Nazi, Enigma, yeah? So maybe you saw the movie, Imitation Game. So what is Imitation Game about? It's coming back to the test he was designing when he was asking himself what will be the limit between the human and AI, artificial intelligence. And he was imagining a test in which one day we will probably need to make the difference between the human and AI through a sort of evaluator who will not see who is speaking with, a human left side or AI at the right side, and without any additional element except the discussion by itself, he will need to, or she will need to, make the difference between the real person and the AI, okay? And you can see this in the movie. You see a screenshot of this imitation game movie, which was quite interesting for me. Even from the human point of view, it was a nice example of dedication. So, according to Turing, the AI was related to the ability to mimic human intelligence. It's very interesting because, again, with some other friends, and somebody else was citing that, I guess, Woody Allen was saying that artificial intelligence, it's the opposite of human stupidity. So again, I'm teasing you a bit. He was teasing us a bit, but it's interesting to think about that, right? So the Turing test is this one. They design it in this way. And if I'm looking just as an example to one of the state-of-the-art tools, which is the generative adversarial network, the principle of the work is similar. So this was interesting for me, that we see now tools which are, let's say, at the state-of-the-art in generative industry technology, which are working based on the same principle. So if you take a look at the structure of a gun, you have a discriminator, which is a detective, which is like an evaluator, in fact. And you will have the original data, and you have a generator, which is creating also fake images. And somehow the discriminator, the evaluator, will make the difference between the real data and the fake data until it's not able to make the difference anymore. This is a sign that the generator is good enough. And this is how the generator reach this kind of quality level of the images or videos they are producing by this kind of game. And it's exactly the principle of the imitation game designed by Alan Turing. So now, of course, these technologies, the GAN technology, it's going further, and you have this sort of synthetic typical setup in which you have some random noise, you generate faces, you have a real face or a set of real faces, and you will make the challenge the discriminator to make the difference between both until he's not able to make it. And in this case, he will give back feedback to the generator to say, okay, you are not good enough, please do better and better and better and better until nobody will make the difference anymore. So we are in the stage in which finally the stopping element will be the error. The stopping element could be our perception. When we are not perceiving anymore a difference, then that means that AI is starting to be interesting for us, bringing us something. So the question is, okay, so are these AI models intelligent? Because they don't possess genuine understanding of the world, consciousness, self-awareness, or emotions, still. And this is essential. So the goal of AI is not only to mimic human intelligence in our opinion, but it's to develop an AI which can augment human capabilities. This is the real goal of AI. We don't need to forget that, especially in biomedical areas in which there is a responsibility we have as doctors, biologists, scientists for the future. So we need to use AI to augment our capabilities to operate ethically, responsibly, and contribute positively to the society. So all these images have been generated, by the way, so I don't have any copyright problems with it, right? Because it was instantaneous. So I'm good. So just again to challenge you a bit, when we talk about human and AI, there are a lot of elements of vocabulary which are used. How to do that? So people are talking about human in the loop in the classical way. So this is what we are doing also with our students in one of the example I will give about whole slide image analysis. An extended of the mind, an extension of the mind, human-centered AI, human-AI collaboration, augmented intelligence. So then, of course, crazier things, cyborgs in which we merge organic and machine elements. You may say that this is like crazy, but I was discussing with an ophthalmologist, and they are really thinking to build in the future a synthetic eye for blind people, because they start knowing how to connect it to the optical nerve. So I was surprised. Me, working in AI, I was surprised about what the ophthalmologist was telling me, that it was exactly this idea of the cyborg. Human-machine co-evolution, then you have centaurs, like half human, half machine. Okay, so again, I'm challenging you, I'm teasing you a bit. This is the scope of such a workshop, also is to discuss about these issues. But at the end of the day, we need to have responsible AI. And this is not only a politically correct keyword, because I know we are in a political campaign now in India, so I'm being politically correct, right? But it has content too. It has real content, which is, for example, to be fair in the decision you have, in the suggestion you make, to be ethical, to respect the privacy of the data, of the personal data, especially in medical, it's obvious, right? To offer a traceability. Why did you suggest that? To be accountable, to be careful about security. So in Europe we have the GDPR, which is now maybe one of the most advanced, I will say, set of rules and laws dedicated to protection of private data. Sometimes it's even too much for us, because if you started to work on a research problem and you sign an agreement with your patient to use his data for the plan A, and working on the plan A, you have suddenly an idea to go for plan B, you need to start over again and sign a new agreement, which is not always so easy, right? Sometimes the patients are not with us anymore, unfortunately. So things are not easy to set up from the research point of view. But I mean, probably this is the price we need to pay. And then last but not least, we need to think about the carbon footprint, because people are adding layers and layers and layers for the deep learning, creating monsters to do things. And sometimes they don't ask the question, do I really need this kind of monster to do it? Did I optimize sufficiently my model for the task I need to do? And this is an interesting question we'll try to raise. And then, of course, one of the components of the responsible AI, it's explainability. And then again, you have different methods of explainability. Maybe one of the simplest I like very much is explaining by example, because it's a very nice for example, if you try to explain to your grandmother what you are doing in research, you need to instantiate. If you need to explain to your kids what you are doing in research, you need to instantiate, to give examples, simple examples. This is a way to explain. We can explain by creating a text explanation, like you saw. We can create a model simplification paradigm. We can be local, global, we can be visual also. And visual explanation is one of the most interesting, because image somehow it's much more powerful than thousands of words if it's well chosen and well translated, transformed. So an interesting viewpoint was also about our mind. When we talk about what we are doing for a given problem, a user will start working with a system, a model. He will probably have at the beginning a sort of initial mental model, like you can see here. So we are creating our own mental model about the problem we are trying to deal with. So this initial mental model is usually not complete, even if the guy we have in front of us is an experienced expert, or he used to work not only in his expertise field, but also with AI. He may still have a sort of initial model which is incomplete. He will probably lack of confidence or have an inappropriate confidence or being scared about AI, say, oh, these guys they want to pick my job in the future, right, for example. Instead of saying, no, let's see which kind of advantage I can trigger from that. And the idea is that from this kind of initial instruction, initial model, through some quality criteria, some satisfaction tests, we can go to explain what we are doing. He can go and try to understand, interpret what we are saying, and then we try to give him or her an appropriated trust to move forward, to have a comprehension tests, performance test. All these can be traced and explained and quantified somehow in order to reach a more advanced mental model and reach also improved performances. At the end of the day, of course, we will have an appropriate use of the model we are proposing. So this paradigm of the evaluation of a system and the evolution of the mental model of the user, it's very interesting to think about, I believe. And of course, then I was representing here the classical loop in blue, in which you have at the beginning training data set, annotation, classification, which is a classical way of working with AI. You have the AI doing the learning process. Then you will have to work just in inference mode here by presenting the new case, data, decision, annotation generated by, and then transfer that to the user. This was the classical loop. Now, if we try to bring explainable AI inside, we go with the red part. We need to have some explanation at the beginning in the models, or to present a way in which we explain, as I was telling you, text, model simplification, local, global, visual. Then you have this kind of explainable AI, XAI framework, which is created. And you will be able to provide a justification, an explanation to your user, to your expert, because he's the expert of the area normally. And then there is an important part, which is the comprehension. Did I understood exactly what you want to say, what the model wanted to say, to suggest me? Do I agree with that or not? And then have the possibility through an interface, especially in the learning phase, to give back this kind of perception in order for the experts to adapt their system, to add more knowledge, change the knowledge, to adapt it again, and start the loop again until we are reaching a good level of understanding in which we have a nice error curve and error evolution, right? So of course, all this could be done through the classical way, creating loss functions, adapted loss function. Finally, the loss function, it's a tool for us to create what we want to create. Don't be afraid to create your own loss functions. You can take general or generic loss functions, but you can compose them as you wish. You can create even your own loss function, so don't be afraid about that. And of course, at the end of the day, when we are in autonomous mode, we will create a pipeline in which this kind of interaction will be shorter, because we have a model, we have all the paradigm of the explanation, and we generate the explanation to the user. We can still collect this kind of feedback in order from time to time to try to update, upgrade our system. So the idea is to enter in the new epoch, age, in which we should ask ourselves, why did you do that? Why not something else? When do you succeed? When do you fail? When can I trust you? How do I correct an error? These are the questions we need to ask more and more when we have such a model, right? So then we reach something which is very important for me, is the counterfactual reasoning. So I like this representation using an iceberg, because the factual is what we see, usually, what happens, and the counterfactual, it's all kind of possibilities we can think about, possible and impossible, and why. What if is the classical question for counterfactual. So if I have an AI system suggesting me that I couldn't have a loan, I don't like this idea. I would like to know what should I do in the future to be able to get the loan, right? So this is counterfactual explanation. We need to explain to our users how to use our system in order for them to be better, to become better, or to create a paradigm which is successful for them. And then when we talk about counterfactual reasoning, we have a different type of reasoning. Usually you are maybe used with deductive reasoning, in which we go from theory to the world, abductive reasoning, which is going from the world to the theory. Counterfactual is going from the theory to a sort of possible world. And it's going back and forth somehow. From the factual world, we go through abductions to actions and to predictions to a counterfactual world. So for me, this is something which is important. Now, talking about exploring the borders of the universe, of the world we know. XAI has an interesting role to play. So my opinion about that. So the world we know is modeled usually using classical mathematical models, equations, derivative, partial derivative equations, matricial equations. When we know, we can do that, and we like to do it. Why do AI? No need. No need. Nobody needs to bother if everything is clear, is known, right? This is the known world. There is an unknown world we are not sure about. Then, of course, we have the statistics to analyze the past, and we have the probabilities to envisage the future. Based on the statistics, we create probability theories to try to go and explore this new world, right? Probabilities, one of the major elements in this part of the story is the Bayesian, which is conditional probability. Based on facts I know, or I suppose I know, I can try to imagine what will be the conditional probability for new facts, new events, right? Or new hypotheses. And finally, here I will need AI, because AI is that, is statistics, probabilities, a mixture of both, right? So this tool is done specifically to explore a new part of the world, which I cannot model with classical systems. And then this is the kind of paradigm in which, okay, I'm exploring the new world with XAI, with AI, but then I need to understand what I'm doing. And this is where explanation is coming in, because I need step by step to explain what I'm doing, to understand what I'm doing, in order to go as fast as possible to classical models, in which I have everything inside. Everything is almost deterministic, no surprise. I can program that, I can use it fast, everything is clear. So once I know something, I will try to use classical models, traceable models. No probabilities, no statistics. But AI is very good to explore a new domain, to try to understand this new part of the world. And this is the kind of paradigm we were trying to set up in our research. And for example, in Esther research, this is something we are trying to do together to try to explore this new world. The challenge is very specific in Parkinson's disease, in olfactory tract, but the idea is that we start by with unsupervised approaches. Labels are not so easy to do, so we try to do some ablation tests to test our different information we can get in order to extract some meaningful prototypes. Then we can do a small annotation job, which is taking a lot of time, taking expert time. Work in few shot supervised learning approach, for example, then go and do XAI to understand what we are doing, try to associate, correlate, find causalities, if any, and generate likelihood of the hypothesis we propose, or try to generate new hypotheses. I do like this kind of approach. Why? Because it's a Bayesian approach, in which I will start by the facts, and I will try to estimate the likelihood of an hypothesis, which is different of the frequentist approach, which is starting from the hypothesis and trying to see if the facts make sense. So both are complementary, but we don't need to forget Bayesian one. So I like very much this kind of approach, and we are trying to do it and to apply it in our system. So now I will try to be a bit more explainable and instantiate what I'm talking about, and try to present you some of the examples we had. So this was about phagocytosis activity analysis in frontotemporal dementia, ALS. We have some genetic mutations which are known, and the idea is we don't really know exactly the mechanism through which this kind of, let's say, genetic mutation is influencing things. And the study we did was just about one aspect of it, try to measure the aggressivity of the cells. So here you have an example of such a study, such a setup in which we have phase contrast in a dynamic environment, very difficult to handle from the computer science point of view, computer vision point of view. Why? Because we are in a 2D image, but with a lot of effects, halo effects, and making a proper segmentation and tracking on that, it's still challenging. So you have some systems able to do that. One of them, it's our system, which we published recently. And there is also some competitions, concurrent systems. So you can see here that it's not always easy because the adherence to the plateau is different according to the dynamic and to the moment of the evolution. And then the idea is try to measure the dynamic of the cells. Here, the red part you see here, it's like a sort of aggregate. The cells will need to consume, and we measure the aggressivity of the system, of the cells, according to the speed of this kind of consumption. And from that we created, again, LSTM models. I will not go into the details of the model we use, but they are dedicated to temporal sequences, and they are specific also to some very difficult phase contrast images we are working on. And you can see here the colors. This is one of the method of the explanation I was talking about. It's a visual explanation about what we are doing, okay? So here you can see the cells activating. You can see the background activation. So why is this interesting? Because then you see how your system, how your model is doing the job. You can follow that, you can track that, you can be okay with it, or you can change everything if you don't agree. But at least the system is showing you how they did step by step activate a cell to make an interpretation of these cells, or how they get rid of the background using this kind of information. Another interesting takeaway message from this, and so by the way, this algorithm is published. You have a GitHub link, so you can try to use it on your own images if you have such a phase contrast videos. And the interesting takeaway message is also that here you have our system, which is represented with this kind of grid. And StarDist, it's a concurrent, CellPose, it's a concurrent, and our system is here. And you can see that, for example, the execution time, it's really at the state of the art for us. You can see also that the precision is good compared to them, and especially you can see the number of parameters, which is much lower. And I was talking about green footprint. Our system has a much better green footprint than the others by still doing the same kind of performances. And here you have a comparison with the two major competition, StarDist and CellPose. StarDist was published in Nature Methods, and our system is having overall a very good performance for the whole range of IOU. And also, as I was telling you, what is interesting is that you can earn explanation, you can have a good precision, and you can certainly divide by 10 or 20 the green footprint of your system and model. And for me, this is interesting. Why? Because most of the people are saying, yeah, if I'm trying to explain things, I will lose precision. It's not always the case. You can see this example, right? Precision is still at the state of the art here. You reach state of the art precision with these models, and you are dividing by 10 sometime the consumption of your models, the workload of your models, you need to pay to make this kind of things happen. So this is very interesting. We created also an automated deep learning optimization system in which you are able to use different execution time, GPU memory usage, and this is like related about to performance and precision to reach like the best configuration of your system. So this is an automatic way to somehow design your system. So again, because we try to be explainable, we optimize our system to do everything in a good compromise. Much faster, much less consumption, and reaching the same performances. Another example I would like to talk about is the stratification of Alzheimer's disease. So patients, by the analysis of whole side images and computational pathology. So what was the challenge here? We work on brain images, human brain images, very difficult to get, very difficult to work on. And we were focusing in this project on one particular problem, which is the tau proteins with different aspects. You can see here the tangles, the plaques, the neurites also are present. With different kind of biomarkers, we can see that in a very good way, I would say. The problem is, like always, the devil is in the details. Annotation. So here you have an example of a pipeline which we published in 22 in MICAI, using some simple explainable segmentation methods, especially based on attention, visual attention. Here you have the ground truth. Here you have the original image. We are talking about plaques, neuritic plaques here. So the annotation we had was this one and this one from the pathologist. So after different iteration, you can see here the system is showing us the hotspots in a more and more refined way. And we reached something which was probably like iteration 1000, this kind of scheme in which we can see like a pattern popping up here. And the problem we had with this system was that finally the pathologist was realizing that the errors he's making were probably about 20 to 30%. Okay, so we reach like 70 or 80% of accuracy. So he has 20% of errors. Who is the best? Can I base my score on his expertise? Is it right? Does it make sense? So we need to ask ourselves this question. And now we are in the process in which we are trying to put together the annotation of the pathologist with AI's work and try to find the best correspondence to try to see if we are able to refine this annotation, and the refinement is to be done in an environment in which we have a cloud-based platform in collaboration with Cytomine, which is a Belgium initiative starting from University of Liège, in order to put together the annotation of both pathologist and AI, and try to have a discussion about this, to consolidate the problems. Another effort we did related to the same project was to study the layers of the brain. So here we had like a very important effort of annotation with 6 layers, 3 layers, done by our pathologist. So we did study again this problem with attention maps to see the hotspots, and we created a set of graphs. So I will not go into details now, but we can discuss more about if you are interested. The graphs are like flexible, we can adjust, we can adapt. And then we did work on classical machine learning and also with GNN, which is a graph neural network, working on this kind of support. The interesting point is that on these kind of graphs, we were creating a double information. One was topological and the other one was morphological at the nodes. So we used to say that it's a meta graph, maybe the word is not good, in which we are putting two elements, topology and morphology, to work. And then, of course, this can be analyzed using classical architecture. We choose 5 GNN architectures. We have a set of parameters which have been used. There is an explainer, 2 different type of explainer existing on GNN, and we did work this information to create clusters to understand if we do have a sort of correlation between the tau pathology distribution and morphology and the stratification of the patients. Again, sharp values are used to find the best parameters, and at the end of the day, we can have a sort of result in which we put together node and edge and try to make a correlation and give the importance of this element across the layers. So, talking about perspectives, I will finish by these kind of few slides. What we do in the future, of course, we talk about integrative computational pathology. This is like a Trojan horse, in which pathology is a very important point in the diagnostic process. So the only way to bring omics in clinical studies and in clinical routine will be to pass through the pathology. If the pathologists will not agree, nothing will happen. So this is like a Trojan horse for the omics, to try to bring the omics inside. And of course, people are talking a lot about spatial transcriptomics nowadays, which is exactly that. How to bring spatial information with omics through the diagnostic process. Another and the last, let's say, perspective I would like to talk about, it's representation learning. So you may have heard about this keyword. So data annotation, as you saw, it's a complex bottleneck, complex pattern. Do again, like the problem I was showing you on Alzheimer. We spend a lot of time on the annotations. So now the idea is to work on self-supervised learning approaches. Try to have this kind of like segment anything approach, which exists already. Meta created that, it's working quite well. To work on these images and also to have a self-supervised learning for representation models, foundation models like Dino. In the second version they have to work on what? On our images, which will be like MRI images in our case. So working together in a self-supervised learning process with representation learning, for me, it's very promising. We will be like putting together computational power with advanced expertise and massive MRI brain data set. And the idea is, without going into the details, to be able to go to a sort of brain MRI. I call it Oracle, just again to tease you, challenge you. But this is possible now. By aggregating massive data sets, we can do that. And I believe India has a very important role to play in these kind of challenges. Nobody did it yet on MRI, so let's play the game together. Okay? Thank you very much. This is my team.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your insights on XAI with a virtual picture of artificial intelligence. As a token of gratitude, now I request Dr. V. Srinivas Chakravarti and Dr. Praveen Kumar to honor Dr. Daniel. Thank you, sir. Moving forward, now it is my distinct pleasure to introduce our esteemed speaker, Dr. Shilpa Rao. Dr. Rao is a distinguished professional in the field of medicine, holding the title of Doctor of Medicine, and she is associated with the renowned National Institute of Mental Health and Neuroscience, NIMHANS, in the Department of Neuropathology. With a wealth of experience and expertise, Dr. Shilpa Rao has dedicated her career to advancing our understanding of neuroscience. Her contributions in the field of neuropathology have been instrumental. As a leading figure in her field, Dr. Rao's work extends beyond her academic achievements. She is known for noteworthy aspects. Today, we are privileged to have Dr. Shilpa Rao here to share her insights and knowledge with us. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to the podium, Dr. Shilpa Rao.
Just use it. No problem. Okay. Good morning, everyone, and I would like to thank Professor Jagannath Rao sir and your entire team for making me a part of this wonderful conference, which has, in fact, diverse uh, participants, I should say, because there's a lot of interaction between different kinds of people. So, before I go into explaining what AI in neuropathology does, I would like to explain to you what is in fact pathology. I think many people would not know here as a pathologist what we do. So, what is pathology itself? It is, by definition, if you have to go, it is just a study of disease. And what does a pathologist do then? Like, what do I do? I give the diagnosis based on looking at features, like you are talking about a lot of features which are computational, but I am talking about features which are either in the tissue or blood or any kind of sample. It could be any fluid. So, we look at it under the microscope after it goes through a lot of processing, and we compare it with anything that is normal. We have a knowledge about how a normal tissue looks, how a normal blood sample should look, and how a normal fluid should look. So, that is stored in our hippocampus, that is a memory site, and we compare it with whatever is from the patient. So, whatever is abnormal, depending on what the features are, we give it a name to the disease or to the diverse features that are there. So, neuropathology in itself is a subspecialty in pathology where we deal with brain disorders. Again, we look at similar tissues. So, where does the tissue come to us from? Patient could undergo a surgical excision, or most of the times it is surgical excision, but we also look at patient samples post-mortem. That happens most often in case of neurodegenerative diseases where biopsy is not taken. So, what happens? These samples are actually made into smaller tissue pieces, and then we get what you are seeing here. These are the slides. These slides are usually stained with a basic stain, which you all would have seen images of when you do the AI. So, the basic staining, processing, embedding, all this should be exactly correct for you to be able to have a good interpretation when you use your AI. Okay, there may be a perfect computational methodology, but if all this is not done properly, the end result is of course not going to be what you want it to be. So, when you are applying in a medical field or you are applying it for biology, you should also remember what goes behind. It is not only the technology that you are using, but what goes behind is very, very crucial. Okay, so I will show you some images and I will explain to you how a human pathologist looks at the images so that you can correlate with your training of your models. So I am a pathologist, I am looking at the microscope. I have a tissue slide, that is the H&E slide, which I am looking at. First thing that I will look at is how the architecture is. For example, if I look at this room, I can say that this side is more crowded, that side is less crowded. Similarly, we will look at something in the slide where we interpret the tissue architecture. Then I will go into individual cells at a higher magnification. This is an individual cell, okay, and it has a nucleus, it has a cytoplasm. So these are two important features whenever we look at a cell. So you can understand how much variability can be there from one interpreter to the another. For example, if I tell you that this area is very crowded, somebody else may say it is moderately crowded. Same thing happens between pathologists. Even between experienced pathologists, there can be inter-observer variation. That is where the role of computational pathology actually comes in, because it will reduce the subjectivity and it can bring about objectivity. Okay, so all of you would have heard about the advantages of computational pathology. Most and the crucial advantage is what I told you, it reduces the inter-observer variability. However, it can be used for several other applications because it can provide high quality images. But remember, the image is dependent on how the tissue is processed. If the tissue is not processed adequately, if it is not stained properly, you are not going to get a adequate high quality interpretation in the end. So what is my main aim of using AI or computational pathology? I want improved patient outcome. Finally, that is what I am interested in. So can all this result actually in improved patient outcome? That is something that you people have to tell me. Can AI replace human being? How many of you think AI can replace human being? Nobody. I thought all of you will say yes. Partially yes, okay. So if we reach that stage, I don't want us to reach that stage, then I'll be replaced. So I don't want that to happen in the near future. But anyway, jokes apart, we should move forward. We should use technology in actually helping future generations to actually use this technology to help us do our work more efficiently. I wouldn't say it should replace human, it should make our work easier. So this is where we are currently. What I gave you a journey. So the patient comes to a physician or whoever, depending on his clinical symptoms. He is assessed, he or she is assessed. Depending on what is the clinical diagnosis, a biopsy may be taken. If so, the pathologist will visualize it under the microscope. Then the diagnosis will not only tell what treatment the patient has to take, but also will decide how good the patient is going to respond to the treatment. So the AI, we are talking almost always about helping in diagnosis, but it can also help in the pre-analytical phase as well as in the decision of treatment making. So this is where we are at present. This is 2024. We are in 2024. So do you think computational pathology started in the recent years, or did it start much before? Because there are students, I want them to wake up a bit and answer. Otherwise, I can keep on talking. Do you think it came into picture after you were born or before you were born? after you were all born? Okay, because I'm asking this question, there must be something not after you were born. So if you look at, we see AI is always not the fancy tools. The computational imaging itself that came up in 1965 was the first entry actually of image analysis. I'll explain to you how this was actually helpful. However, a large majority of change happened only when the whole slide scanners were introduced, and after 2017 there has been an exponential growth. So whenever you have gone to a doctor for any disease, like you had some symptoms, be it simple fever, you would have given your blood for testing and you would have got the report of your blood cell counts. It is all now very much automated, but in much before time, what used to happen is, even I have practiced it, where you look under the microscope, see at every cell, go by its shape, go by the number of nuclear lobes, and we count every cell, whether it is neutrophil, it's a lymphocyte. Imagine how much time sample that we take. But now life is much easy thanks to the computational and automated methods that we use. But the major landmark or the breakthrough that happened was in cervical cancer screening. Cervical cancer at a point of time was a major cause for morbidity and mortality. And a simple screening method, that is the pap smear, I think all of you will be aware, which came into picture. Again, to screen a pap smear for a single patient, it would take about 15 to 20 minutes, sometimes even half an hour. So imagine if you have to screen in a country like India, where there is such a huge population, it would take hours together. Thanks to again computational pathology, we are using automated technological platforms again only for screening. It has to be again certified by a pathologist or at least a cytotechnologist. So what I want to tell you is, it is not that we can give everything to the machine and I can sit at home and do the reporting. That's not the case. Beyond all this, currently we do use automated technology for several other purposes, grading, detecting metastasis, detecting mitosis, but I'm not going to go into the details of that. So currently what we can or what we do use as a supportive tool is in diagnostics. Prognostic is when you tell the patient that it is something which is curable, not curable, or what treatment patient will respond or not. Genomics, as Professor Daniel has already talked to you about. The other important tool where AI can be used is for educational purpose also. We always talk about only diagnosis, prognosis, but it is a very important educational tool as well. So I'm not a technical person, I'm not here to show you some technological aspects, but I want to compare with what a pathologist does and what you talk about in your technological terms. So these are images from a colon biopsy. These are the glands. What we do is we look at the architecture. So even the AI is trained for morphological landscape, which is the quantitative histomorphometry analysis. Now I am not very going to into the details of these terminologies, but I will compare it with what a newly joined resident does. Okay, when a newly joined first year resident is entering the department of pathology, he or she is taught what is a nucleus, what is a cytoplasm. That is what is similar to what your handcrafted features are. Then he starts learning by himself. After that, there is no supervision onto the trainee. He learns by himself, where we do not know on what basis he is making the diagnosis. Now I make a diagnosis in a different way. Some other pathologists will make a diagnosis in a different way. But what we are interested is, the inter-observer subjectivity should not be there. Ultimately, whatever result is there, it should be similar. So as a pathologist, if I am using an AI tool, what I want is that the end result should be same. Whatever be the input and output, I need the same output whenever I am giving it to multiple machines or to at multiple times. So that is what I am interested in, and that is how we train our residents. So this is in general about what all expectations a pathologist will have when we are using a computational method. Does neuropathology need AI? That question, yes, definitely, because there are very few neuropathology experts, not only in India but all over the world, and neuropathological diseases have a huge burden. They come with lot of morbidity and mortality, be it brain tumors, be it head injury, or even neurodegenerative disorders, which many of you are working on. They have lot of morbidity, and treatment aspects are very much limited. So I would say AI has to come into the picture of neuropathology. If I talk to you about specific tumors, I know you're all going to get bored, but just to tell you that glioma is one major group of brain tumors into which AI has been used, and literature itself has shown that the accuracy of using AI, be it for diagnosing or for grading gliomas, has varied from 90% to as high as 100%. So people have shown, and neurodegenerative disease I'll just pass on because Professor Daniel has already talked to you about. So this is just to show you how a pathologist will screen. The digitizer is also screening the slide in the same way. It is capturing the patches individually and finally giving an output. These are some of the studies which have used patch images and shown a level of accuracy of 87.5% for the diagnosis of different types of glioma. All this while I have been telling you about only HND, and I think till now everybody has been talking only about HND images, but we also work on different stains. One of them is the immunohistochemical stain, which will actually tell you what type of cell it is, and that is also an important application of artificial intelligence, where the positively stained cells are brown in color and the negatively stained cells are blue in color, which is at a cellular level that AI can actually help. So this is one interesting study that I found, where they have tried to assess the diagnostic accuracy of pathologists without using the AI assistance and when they use the AI assistance. So we also do intraoperative frozen diagnosis. That is, when the patient is on table, the tissue, small sample of the tissue is sent to the pathologist. He or she has to tell what could be the diagnosis, which will in turn affect what surgical decision the surgeon is going to make on the table, which is very, very crucial, and the time limitation is very important here. So this study is very important in that sense. You can see this is a junior pathologist whose accuracy with AI assistance has markedly increased from 55% to 88%. And even for a senior pathologist, there is an increase in the accuracy when the AI assistance has been taken up. So definitely AI can help in assisting a pathologist. Moving forward, it's now the catchword or the hot topic is tumor microenvironment. Everybody wants to concentrate on what is happening in the bed where the tumor is. So a lot of studies are looking at spatial molecular imaging, where I showed you a IHC, a modification of this immunohistochemistry actually is being used for spatial molecular imaging. I am not going to go into the details of each one because I know all of you are not going to be so keen and interested in this. So moving on from diagnosis, prognostic perspective, what AI or computational pathology can also do is, we have so many tumors or so many biopsies, so many autopsies. All this can be digitized and made publicly available. For example, in NIMHANS itself, we have about 10,000 biopsies every year. So if this is made as a publicly available data set, it is going to be a huge asset which anybody across the country or across the world can work on. Radiogenomics, I don't have to talk to you about. A lot of people have spoken about radiogenomics. What I am going to concentrate in the next 2 slides is that AI can be a powerful tool for educational purposes. You can see here, this is a website where just putting images can be used for several students across the globe. So suppose I have all the brain specimen. If I annotate these brain specimen, it can be used across every region to learn about these pathological conditions. So just a small glimpse of what we have done in meningioma. Already Professor Ramesh has spoken about it, so I am not going to again go into the details of it. I am just telling you why we took up this study. Meningioma is a tumor which arises from the surface of the brain, and there are different features which we look for in grading of meningioma. Why grading of meningioma is important? Because the treatment will vary depending on the grade that is there. If it is a grade 1 meningioma, patient can go home after surgery. If there is a grade 2, especially grade 3 meningioma, there will be a requirement for extra adjuvant therapy. So there are different features that actually are looked into when we grade a meningioma. Some of the features that I have highlighted here: necrosis, sheeting pattern, small cell change, mitosis. Again, there can be inter-observer variability. In collaboration with IIIT Bangalore, we have looked at features at the tile level and come up with, they have come up with different algorithms. This is one of the image that I have taken from Dr. Ramesh. Just to tell you that what we are interested as pathologists is to identify areas which could be necrosis. So at a training level, we have trained the data set, and we are also involved at the level of validation. So validation becomes very crucial. You can see here, lot of them are true positive, but what we do not want is false negative. We do not want to miss something which is truly there as a negative. That is where we are working on. And he must have already spoken to you about accuracy, precision. Again, I want to emphasize, we do not want to lose any false negative cases. The same model was also used for gliomas. I have shown you some studies. In our own data set, we have looked at the accuracy. You can see it's pretty high for gliomas. So after seeing all this, is AI better than a human being? We keep on telling that human beings or in whatever field make errors. Do you think AI is error free? Probably we have not reached that stage. As I showed you, lot of it depends on what we feed also. So the tissue processing that I showed you, in the initial stage, I showed you how they are cut, how they are processed, how they are stained. So if there is a variation in that, the end result is also going to be affected. Quality depends again on what is fed, and everybody has spoken about ethical issues, black box problem. I am not going to go into that. Unlike radiology, where they have moved into a lot of computational, we pathologists are still more comfortable using microscope. So what limits translation from research to diagnostics in pathology? We need access to large scale well annotated data sets. Validation should be very accurate, and large image size is what we are facing, we do have a digitizer, but each slide produces large image data set, and newly defined protocols are required for training and evaluation. So we have looked at this overview. I'm not going to go in the interest of time. So where do we see future of AI in pathology or neuropathology? Definitely it can help us improve the diagnostic workflow. I don't want it to replace pathologists. It can reduce the human errors if we combine the work that we do plus take help from computational pathology. It can definitely be integrated into clinical practice, and always a multimodal approach is what works best for patient care. All of you have heard about precision medicine, which does require integration of histopathology, proteomics, genomics. The other arm to this integration could be AI based biomarker quantification. So that is definitely the future way to go. And as pathologists, our primary responsibility is to train and validate the data set as best as we can. That is where I think we can play a role. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for an insightful session on artificial intelligence integrated digital pathology. As a token of gratitude, now I request Dr. Daniel and Dr. K.S. Jagannath Rao sir to honor Dr. Shilpa Rao. Thank you, sir. Moving forward, it is an honor to stand before you today to introduce our distinguished speaker, Dr. Neelam Sinha. Dr. Sinha, she obtained PhD at IISc for her work on strategies for rapid MR imaging in 2008. She executed as DST-funded project on resting state MR fMRI for brain characterization. She has worked on problems such as age estimation using diffusion MRI, analysis of atypical PD variants, chromosomal mutation detection in low-grade glioma using structural MR images in collaboration with NIMHANS. As a part of an industry-sponsored project, she has worked on visual functioning networks in the brain utilizing fMRI time series. She was part of state-funded center MINRO with projects on EEG analysis for quantifying abstracts notions such as creativity. Today, we have the privilege of gaining insights from her wealth of knowledge and experience. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to the podium for Dr. Neelam Sinha.
Good morning, all. Thanks for having me here. I am from Center for Brain Research, which is an autonomous center at Indian Institute of Science. Since we were speaking of data sharing, data acquisition, there's one thing I wanted to tell you. There are two very big projects happening at CBR, Center for Brain Research. We have recruited a cohort of 10,000 people in a village near Bangalore called Srinivasapura. It's a village of farmers, mango farmers. They are assessed longitudinally, that is every 2 years or so, they are brought to the center. Clinical assessments are done, their EEG, structural MRI, functional MRI, diffusion MRI, they are all acquired. So it's a very ambitious study. They want to see how neurodegeneration sets in, how the decline really happens. So it's a huge wealth of data that's about to come out from this center. Yeah. So today I think I took the title of the session very, very seriously. So I only focused on explainable AI, unlike the other speakers here. This is the outline of my talk. We will have a look at what the recent paradigms are in analyzing MR images. And I picked up two case studies that are inching towards explainable MRI, explainable AI in MRI. Yeah. We all know the biggest buzzword in machine learning today is deep learning, right? So successful. So what you're seeing here is one example of UNet. I think it was proposed in 2015, and even till this day, there are several variations of UNet coming up. So what we are seeing here is, I think, from the BRATS data set, lots of tumors. So you see the first image here, where you get to see the tumor, the annotated one where the label is shown, not just the tumor, even the subregions in the tumor in different colors. And then the performance of UNet. And at the very end, it's a variation of UNet. So there are hundreds of such variations that are trying to make the results better and better. So the goal is to try to capture every serrated part of the boundary. You want to distinguish the regions as close to the ground truth as possible. So this is way back in 2015, and even now there are several variations of UNet coming up. So that's the kind of interest that it has generated. Now, what is so good about this paradigm? It is data driven. There is no necessity for me to handcraft features. You don't need to know what is important in able to segment out the tumor. The patterns could be unknown. There is no uniformity in shape, size. It can sit wherever in the brain, right? So there is no known pattern. And it's so important to be able to deal with this because we know the kind of diversity there is across people, across races. There is no need for pre-processing. It means I don't have to tamper the image at all, except for maybe size uniformity, which means I don't have to worry about the histogram, I don't have to worry about the brightness, I don't have to worry about any other adjustments, which is key when you deal with medical images, because you don't want to tamper it and manipulate any small detail. So you want to do it without any pre-processing, which is what this paradigm allows. It's not moving to the next. Just present. And there are some scenarios where it's not easy to build analytical models. So people who do MR imaging know that motion is a very big cause of artifact. So what we are seeing here is a comparison of the motion corrupted image on which no diagnosis can be done. And there you have the motion corrected image on which a radiologist can work. And to do this without a setting like deep learning is very, very hard. Why is it? Because you first have to model what kind of motion happened and then undo that that motion and then create your motion corrected image. So this is easily done using deep learning. It's a very recent result. Now this kind of a thing is a very big problem, especially when you're dealing with very young patients or very old patients who cannot be still. And there can be some disorders where keeping still itself is hard. Essential tremors, Parkinson's, there is this involuntary motion happening all the time. But then deep learning comes with its own challenges. So this is a comparison of heat maps for Alzheimer's disease detection. We know that the solution of this, the deep learning model solution is black box in nature. No one knows what's happening inside. So you try to explain out the results, you use class activation maps, they use CNN fixations, they use frameworks such as LIME, SHAP, but they all work in retrospect. Once you've got the classification label, you try to explain out what has resulted in that, right? You cannot use it in the forward pass. And we know that, for instance, in Alzheimer's, there are multiple changes of very varied orders. For example, you see these enlargement of ventricles, very different in normal, very different in AD. And then there is shrinkage of cerebral cortex. So some changes may be subtle, some changes may be very blatant, but how do you capture them all? When you look at the class activation maps that deep learning gives you, it latches on to very little, right? So if at all relevant aspects of the changes are captured, it's a very small subset. You don't get to see all the different changes between the classes. And some more challenges very specific to MR imaging. So these are MR images of the same subject taken across different scanners. The manifestation is so different. So if you fixate on one specific region, I tried to mark one with the red arrow. They show up very differently in different scanners, which means there's a whole lot of diversity in the kind of images you're trying to analyze. Another very important aspect in deep learning is, do you see what's happening here? The panda image is given the label panda with about 57% confidence, and what they've done to it is added some tailored noise. It doesn't perceptibly change the image at all. There's very little change that's happening, but what is the result? The classifier gives it a very wrong label and with a very high confidence. So this is called adversarial attack. So you decide to tamper a particular label, you can come up with a structure of noise that will change it. And we know we cannot afford to do this in healthcare. So clearly what is missing in all this is explainability. There is great performance, no doubt, but the trust factor is missing. So I picked up two case studies that try to work towards explainability. One is on schizophrenia and the other is on AD. We'll first look at causal network analysis in schizophrenia. So this is the paper that I picked up, a 2018 paper. Here the objective was to investigate temporal and causal relationships of structural changes. Now, when we study causal modeling, like the speakers before me spoke of, the most desired kind of causal modeling would be where counterfactuals can be answered, as the first talk of the morning said. But a very primitive way of analyzing causality uses what is called Granger causality. And this has been used across domains. It has been used in finance, stock markets, weather prediction. So what Granger causality essentially speaks of is, let's say we are observing two variables, x1 and x2. So we model x1 as lags of x1 plus lags of x2. So this modeling definitely gives rise to some error. So let's say it is some E1. I do the same thing with x2. x2 is written as combination of lags of x1 and lags of x2, and there is some other error E2. So in this there is no assumption at all. I assume that x1 comes from x1 and x2, x2 is also coming from x1 and x2. Now what is Granger causality about? I want to see whether x1 is influencing x2 or is x2 influencing x1. So which way is it flowing? So just look at the top panel. Here I am expressing x1 as only a combination of lags of x1. Whereas on the other side, I am expressing x1 as combination of lags of x1 as well as lags of x2. So in both the modeling, let's say in the first case my error is E1 dash, in the second case it is E1 double dash. So this error will tell me which of them is true. How? If indeed x2 is Granger causing x1, then the variance of E1 double dash will be less than the error in variance of E1 dash. So this is one way of finding out whether x2 is making a difference to x1. Is there some sort of causality? Now you will see the same thing replicated here the other way. So what in English, in words, what is it trying to do? Can I predict x2 using the information available till that time? Is this any different from using information from lags of x1? So this is what we are trying to capture using those two equations. It's a very, very primitive form of trying to have causality in our modeling. Now this also gave rise to some very good results. So they could show the progression of the disease. Starts where, progresses where, and then spreads where all. So this is one way of trying to get an explainability in our modeling. Yet another way is by studying the shape of the data. So here they use topological data analysis. So one specific branch of topological data analysis is called persistent homology, and this has been very effective in Alzheimer's. Let's see what we mean by shape of data. We are given some data in some feature space. You visualize them as a point cloud. It can be along a straight line. It can be along the circumference of a circle. So we don't know on which manifold this data is coming from, right? So we have no clue. So when we do not have any assumptions, we don't have any clue. It could be easily describable or may not. But what is it that we intend to do? We want to extract shape features from the data, topological features. What do we mean by that? Now, why bother with shape of data? Because data samples from a specific phenomenon typically lie on a local manifold. So the feature space may be very vast, but our samples are coming from a very localized subspace. So for instance, manifold of Indian faces occupy a very different part of the feature space compared to, let's say, African faces, European faces. The same thing with MR images. So manifold of healthy MR brain scans are very different from the manifold of unhealthy MR brain scans. Now what do we mean by topologically similar? It is very counterintuitive to what is geometrically similar. So in topology, you said two objects are the same if you can deform one into another without tearing or cutting. Let's see what this means. A cup with a handle is topologically similar to a donut. Now this is not very intuitive unless we see these. So what all can I do to the cup with the handle to deform it all the way to make it a donut? A sphere rather, is topologically similar to a wine cup because I can bend, squeeze appropriately and interchange between these two shapes. whereas a cup with a handle is topologically similar to a donut. So this is very different from what we think is intuitively similar, geometrically similar. Now what is it that we are given? All we have is a scatter of points. So how do we get shape out of this? Now some basic building blocks. You think of points as zero-dimensional simplex. You think of straight lines or edges as one-dimensional simplex. You think of triangular faces as two-dimensional simplex. You think of tetrahedrons as three-dimensional simplex, and so on. So we will utilize all these basic building blocks in describing shape. So we start with the set of points. Now what do? We want to build a simplicial complex. And how do we do that? I don't know if it's visible. Around every point that you have, you start building a ball of a certain radius. Now for very small values of this radius, there is no intersection between circles, right? Nothing is happening. But when you increase the radius some more, you will see that certain balls start overlapping. And when balls overlap, you connect the points, right? Here it is very neat. So every point has two adjacent points whose balls are intersecting. So now you have connections between points. Do we stop here? No. You will increase the radius some more. And now you will see balls from multiple points are now intersecting. Not just two, there can be three or more. And then you connect them some more. So you are building some structure here. So when you gradually do this, at one point, all points are connected, right? At one value of the radius, all points get connected. So this is when we say you have built a simplicial complex. So what we have done in this is we have gradually built a nesting structure. We started with disjoint points, and then some points got connected with edges, and then some more got connected using triangular faces, and then tetrahedrons, and so on. So this nesting structure allows you to use group theory, that is matrix algebra, to determine the shape descriptors. We'll come there. And this nesting structure is very important. So at each level, it is totally contained in the next level, and so on. So we have inductively built higher order simplices from lower dimensional simplices. So here we will use the notion of Betti descriptors to describe shapes. So Betti descriptor is like a vector. Given a shape, it's a vector that counts something. So what does it count? It counts the number of d-dimensional holes. So the dth number will count the number of d-dimensional holes. For example, here the point, when you look at beta naught counts the number of connected components. So a point is a single connected component, so beta naught is 1. It has no one-dimensional holes, it has no two-dimensional holes, so it's all 0. So the description of a point is 1, 0, 0. Now let's look at the cube and the sphere. Do you notice this in the table? They both have the same representation. It means cube and sphere are topologically similar. Do we see how this can be? It's very different from the donut. So donut has value 2 for beta 1, which means it has two one-dimensional holes and it has one void. Do we see how sphere and the donut are so different topologically? The sphere is a single connected component, so is the donut. Till there we are all fine, right? The cube encloses one space, one volume inside. The donut also encloses volume inside. So beta 2 is 1 and 1. What about beta 1? Why is it 2 for the donut and 0 for the sphere? So I can put my finger through the donut, right? So that counts as one hole, and I can put two fingers around the donut like this, the way I would if I had to hang it as a decoration, right? So that gives the value 2 to beta 1. So what is intuitively similar is very different from what is topologically similar. Now, how do we use this idea? So we started with points, we moved on to building connecting edges, and then we connected them with triangles, and then we connected them with tetrahedrons and so on. So over the scales, what we did by increasing the radius of the balls is called filtration. So over the scales, the Betti descriptor beta 1, which was earlier 0, right? There were no holes first. At some scale, beta 1 becomes non-zero. That happens here, which means beta 1 is non-zero, and it stays that way for a long, long time. And only after a certain other value of the radius, it goes back to 0. So we came up with a descriptor that survived a large number of scales. So that is what persistent homology is all about. Now, because of this, you will say that this set of points has the description where beta 1 is 1. So the shape of this data cloud is represented as the Betti descriptor 1, shape with a single 1D hole. How is this used in Alzheimer's? So this is a MICCAI paper of 2021. They looked at the structural images of a normal brain, aging brain, and AD brain. So these are the observations, that both aging and AD result in loss of white matter volume and thinning of gray matter. And gray matter of aging brain breaks down into smaller connected components. So this can be used to describe using Betti numbers. A comparison of white matter with Alzheimer's and without. You see this enlargement of ventricles, right? So there are so many topological differences between the two groups. So here's a plot of the Betti number across different scales. So this is Betti number 0, Betti number 1. So Betti number 0, there is appreciable difference between young and old population, right? So some discriminators are better than the other. For example, here also there is a difference, but not as pronounced as for Betti 0. So this is a comparison of the Betti curve for the young population, an aged brain, and AD brain. There's a big difference between the three groups. So this can be used for classification. So here you can interpret the numbers that you are seeing, making it more reliable. Their results were fairly good. They compared it with CNNs because that is what they were fighting. So in summary, explainable AI is crucial for analyzing MR images. So some solutions towards that could be causal modeling, persistent homology. We see that the advantages here compared to the deep learning paradigm, you don't need data augmentation, you don't need large annotated data sets, and it's quite robust to variations and noise. These are my references. I'll be very happy to answer questions if any. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for an insightful session on... Okay, moving forward, as a token of gratitude, now I would like to request Dr. Alexander and Dr. J.K.R. Sastry to honor Dr. Neelam Sinha. Okay, on behalf of J.K.R. Sastry, I would like to request Srinivas Chakravarti sir to honor. anyone are following the schedule, please apologize. Unfortunately, Dr. Rajyalakshmi did not show up to this meeting today because of a health issue. We truly miss her talk, and let's hope for a speedy recovery. Sorry for the inconvenience. Now we have Dr. Roche telling about her story from Paris to India. Let's welcome her onto this dais. Check, check.
All right. Namaskar. I was asked yesterday by Pro-Chancellor Professor Rao to fill in this blank with the story of how I came to be a scientist, and he thought some of you and maybe some students may be interested to know how I came to become a scientist. So I'll do my best for a few minutes to tell you how it happened for me. So I come from the most rural part of France. This is southwest of France. This is a region in France where nobody does science, where I come from. People grow fruits. That's what they do. That's what my grandparents did. And I got lucky because my grandparents believed that education was very important. So my father became a school teacher, and he was very much into science, but he could not do a scientific career. But he was very interested into science, and he gave that to me, I believe, probably. But growing up in a very rural area of France does not give you many opportunities as a child to learn about scientific careers. And so initially, I did not really know what I wanted to do as a young child. And also, I had a weird bone condition in my face. So if you think that I have a strange profile, this is because I am in fact a cyborg. But this is a cyborg from the 90s, and in the 90s, implants were not intelligent at all. So I do not have any artificial intelligence in me, although I can eat, and this is really good for me, I think. So I'm like first generation prototype, yeah, I can eat. So that's fine. But as you can imagine, being a teenager with, you know, a rebuilt face in a rural area, I was very shy, and you would not tell today, but I was really, really shy with people when I grew up. And so my main occupation then was to watch science fiction movies on TV. And that's what I did most of the time when I was not at school. But an interesting thing in science fiction is all of these stories, they all talk about the same thing. They talk mostly about exploring the unknown and, you know, what is there to be discovered when you go out of your comfort zone, searching for the truth, and particularly searching for the truth about humanity. What does it mean to be human? This is what science fiction is about. So I grew up trying to figure out if this was a valuable question for me to look as well. So as a teenager, I thought I would study rocks and planets and become a geologist, but then I found that actually living beings are much more interesting than rocks. And so I finally became more interested in biology, and then particularly animals. Then I became interested in humans because I think that we are very interesting animals, and I wanted to pursue a career maybe in medicine or veterinary school. Unfortunately, my parents did not have the money to send me to the big city where I could become a medical doctor, because that was too far away and they could not afford for, you know, my stay and travel and stuff. So I went to the local biology school, and I stayed there, and I discovered actually that I had a passion for behavior. So that's how I started studying animal behavior. So I thought I would do some ecology and animal behavior study when I left for grad school at the bigger city. So my first move outside of my rural area was to go to grad school. There I learned two very interesting things. First, grad school is a wonderful place to be if you are a socially awkward cyborg. It is a place where people will find you interesting. So I decided that's where I wanted to live for the rest of my life, and so far I've been successful at staying inside universities where I feel really good. The second thing is, in grad school, you can literally find many opportunities to discover the topics that you're really interested and passionate about and pursue them. So I wanted to pursue behavior, but research in animal behavior is rare, and it's a lot of money to do research for something that is not economically interesting, while healthcare is interesting. So then I went to study healthcare, and I moved to the north of France to study neonatal neuroimaging. So I remember very clearly this interview with my PhD advisor. He said, look, you are studying insect behavior. How do you feel about doing baby neuroimaging? And I said, I have nothing to lose, and I'm afraid of nothing, so just try me out. And we had a long conversation about science after that, but then later on he said, the only thing that made me choose you is because you said you were not afraid. And he does not remember anything else that I said. And we went on to have a successful PhD contract together. So my first thing that I learned that day is that being fearless of going out of your comfort zone will take you a long way. So I stopped being afraid then. And then the second thing is, I started to realize that there are many more opportunities that you can take, and you will always have many more ideas than you can achieve by yourself. So you can share your ideas, you can ask for advice. Even if someone steals your ideas, it doesn't matter, because for every idea that's being stolen, you'll get 12 more. So whatever, just share. So I started doing this, going out to people and talking to people, and then I met someone at a conference who said, look, I'm doing adult neuroimaging with this technique, I think it's cool, and you're doing baby, let's do it together. I give you my technique, you approach my babies. So this is how I went to Boston in the United States for my postdoctoral research. And then I spent 4 years learning about more techniques and meeting more people. And that's when I learned that the most interesting thing that you can do as a scientist is just talk to anybody, literally anybody, have drinks to anybody, because then it builds a network of relationships. So I'll give you my last example, how I met Raoul. A few years ago, Raoul sent me an email asking about advice on a question he had on his career. I had never met him, but I took the time to reply to him, giving him my best advice, and he did whatever he could with it. And then we had a few emails together, and then randomly, I see him having a beer at the HBM conference. It's a big conference on brain mapping. He's having a beer, and I see his name, and I say, oh, we had emails about your career. And I was having a beer, he was having a beer, and so, let's have a beer together. And so we start talking, and we become friends. And that's it. And a few years later, Raoul talks to Daniel, and he says, oh, baby stuff up there in Normandy, do you think she could come with us in India? And this is how I'm here today. Because I had drinks with someone, and I believe this is what you should do. So if I can share any advice with you is be fearless, trust yourself, trust others, have drinks with people. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. So together, yeah, we'll be having coffee together in the next session. Okay, time for a well-deserved coffee break. Refuel those caffeine levels and recharge those brain cells. It's absolutely for 15 minutes, and please do not delay. Get back to the same place.
Nadish talk. I just want to say that since she was inspired by science fiction, the French science fiction writer Jules Verne, or in English we know him as Jules Verne, is one of the foremost science fiction writers in French and known all over the world because of his translations in English and other languages. I happen to have translated his book Journey to the Center of the Earth into Telugu. It is called Patalaniki Prayanam. It was published many years ago. I'm a big fan of his work because it's a translation of his unabridged original book. It's a wonderful, it talks about a journey deep into the bowels of the earth. This was before the development of the modern science of geology. When he wrote as if he's actually he's gone into the earth and seen the tunnels and the rock formations and all that. It's brilliant. Really enjoyed it, and thank you very much.
thousands of espressos. Moving forward, now it is my pleasure to introduce Dr. Chakravarti, professor at Indian Institute of Technology, Madras, India, working at the interface of computational neuroscience and artificial intelligence. Dr. Chakravarti's work extends beyond academia. His interest in Indian languages extends to popularizing science in Indian languages. As he mentioned before about the science fiction movies and all, he strongly believed that strengthening scientific temperament in rural India can be greatly empowering and has the potential to create abundance. He have written, original and translated about 75 books in Telugu in the areas of science, education and world history. Today, we are fortunate to have him share his insights and wisdom with us. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to the podium for Dr. Srinivas Chakravarti. Duplicate chala.
Screen next to me. Hello, good morning, everyone. First of all, let me thank Professor Rao and KL University for giving this wonderful opportunity. Last time I first visited this university last August, really loved the campus. So when Professor Rao sent a mail saying that we're having this workshop, come over, I jumped at the opportunity and really enjoy this visit again. So today I'm going to talk about my lab's work on modeling the basal ganglia to understand Parkinson's disease. So my lab, Laboratory for Computational Neuroscience at IIT Madras. So I head this lab, and the goal of this lab is to build a whole brain model. It won't be a detailed model like some of these larger projects, like what's happening in the Blue Brain project in Geneva. It's a simplified model with about maybe 10 million neurons instead of 100 billion neurons. And it will have representations of all the major structures in the brain. Once this kind of model is completed, I think it will have immense applications in both engineering and medicine. So this is like we call this model, like this hypothetical model, the mesobrain, which is cast at the mesoscale level. And so you can see that the ascending pathways, sensory pathways on the right side, the descending motor pathways, hierarchies. So you can see the ascending sensory pathways on the right and descending motor hierarchies on the left. And between the two, you have the prefrontal decision-making regions. And then there are three major loops: cerebellum, basal ganglia, and hippocampus. So if you can understand this kind of a cartoon picture of the brain, I think you have got it. You understand how mammalian brain works. I think rest is detailed. So I know I'm oversimplifying it, but even this is quite a challenging problem. So to this end, we have divided the lab into various teams. Each team works on one part of the brain and with a disease to bring that area into focus and give it an applied angle so that you can get some funding for that part of the research. So we have several teams in the lab. So one team working on vision, another on basal ganglia, another on hippocampus and navigation and neural oscillations, neurovascular coupling, and so on. So today's talk, I'll talk about our work on basal ganglia. So the goal of this team or this part of the lab is to understand basal ganglia in all its multifaceted aspects, and with that model understand various symptoms of Parkinson's disease, because that's what is affected, this circuit in the brain that is affected in Parkinson's. So this is a cartoon, like a block diagram of the basal ganglia. So basal ganglia, basically it's a subcortical circuit consisting of about 6 or 7 nuclei. This circuit receives inputs from the cortex and returns signals back to the cortex via the thalamus. And here you can see that the input port of basal ganglia is striatum, which again has 2 subregions. I'm not going to bore you with jargon, so I'll go easy on the jargon, right? And then there are 2 output ports, GPI and SNR. So there's a direct connection between striatum and the output, and therefore that is called the direct pathway. And then there's a longer route from striatum to GPI or SNR, and that goes via GPE and subthalamic nucleus and all that. Because yesterday there was talks on DBS, and SCN is an important target for DBS. So this longer pathway is called the indirect pathway. So everything then returns to cortex via thalamus. So basal ganglia is exciting because although it's a small circuit in terms of number of neurons or volume and all that, it's a very important and influential circuit, because any damage to basal ganglia will have repercussions in all the 4 major domains of brain function: sensory motor function, cognitive function, affective and autonomic functions. So therefore this is what you see in Parkinson's, for example, because of loss of cells in a tiny part of the basal ganglia called substantia nigra. So the British neurologist Marsden spoke of the mysterious motor functions of basal ganglia, and almost it's like describing some kind of a god, right? Because it's so mysterious and it's been bothering people for a long time. So people have been modeling various aspects of basal ganglia's functions. They separate models for reward-based learning, sequence generation, working memory. I mean, in fact, this list is a somewhat old list. There's constantly every year the number of papers on basal ganglia models is growing internationally. So, but the problem with basal ganglia models, and not only that, if you take any system in the brain, the problem is this kind of a piecemeal approach, right? Every group looks at brain from one angle, one tool, right, and talk about that from that viewpoint, and the big picture is lost. It's like this blind monks trying to figure out the elephant, right? One monk thinks it's like a pillar, another thinks it's a snake, and so on and so forth. So how do you get an integrated picture of basal ganglia? So and how do you achieve that using a comprehensive model? So now talking about Parkinson's, it's a neurodegenerative disorder because of loss of cells in this substantia nigra. We don't fully understand why these cells die, so therefore we call it idiopathic. So we have a fancy way of clothing our ignorance in in complicated Greco-Latin terms. And the 4 cardinal symptoms of basal ganglia are tremor, rigidity, postural abnormality, and bradykinesia. And in motor domain alone, there are so many submodalities which are affected, which can be affected in general. A given patient may not have all the symptoms, but in general, you can see problems in reaching, handwriting, eye movements, gait and speech, and so on and so forth. So it's can be a pretty devastating, disease. Now, how does this disease work? I mean, that means how does basal ganglia work, right? Let us start with a classical picture. So if you take any textbook on neurology, or even if you take the Bible of neuroscience called principles of neural science by Kandel, Schwartz, and Jessel, the story goes something like this. There are two pathways, direct pathway and indirect pathway. So if you activate the direct pathway, that facilitates movement, because output of basal ganglia goes via thalamus to motor cortex and other prefrontal areas. So it has a kind of it controls kind of the gateway to motor apparatus. So if the gate is open, movement occurs; gate is closed, movement is stopped. So that gate is controlled by these two pathways. If the direct pathway is affected, the gate is open. Therefore, it is also called the go pathway. And why does it happen like that? Because if you look at if you argue in terms of the neuromodulator or neurotransmitter stages, so from striatum to GPI, it is inhibitory or a GABA pathway. GPI onwards to thalamus, it's a GABA again. So two negatives make it a positive. So that's the kind of arguments people propose. On the other side, if you look at indirect pathway, you have striatum to GPE is GABA, and GPE to STN is GABA, STN to GPI is glutamate, and beyond again you have GABA. So you have three negatives making a negative on the whole. So if you activate the indirect pathway, you have on the whole inhibition. So it's like one is pushing it, another is pulling it. So these two act together and cooperate and control movement. And what is even more interesting is you see the projection coming from the SNC to striatum. So SNC releases a special chemical called dopamine, which is a key player in all basal ganglia functions. So this chemical, right, the levels of dopamine in striatum acts like a knob, like a switch, which controls the transmission of the corticostriatal inputs coming into striatum, right, and determine whether this information goes straight by the direct pathway or take a detour and go along the indirect pathway. So like imagine like a valve sitting there and controlling the flow and determining whether it goes straight or goes and takes a longer route. So therefore, if under high dopamine conditions, the direct pathway is selected, so you get to move. Low dopamine condition, that pathway is selected, so you stop and you have difficulty moving, right? And this is what happens in Parkinson's, because in Parkinson's the SNC cells are dying, and therefore there's lesser levels of dopamine. So information goes by the no-go pathway, and there's difficulty in moving. Now, this is a kind of a story that we were told in a standard textbook of neurology. Now, is this story correct? Let's take a closer look at this. So this kind of a simple binary description of basal ganglia's function anatomy, right, as something that's pushing and something that's pulling back, right, seems to be not very adequate. And to understand, and so there's a need for a broader theory, grander theory that explains all these many dimensions of basal ganglia. I think you need to take a closer look at what exactly the dopamine signal is saying, what is it doing. So for that, you need to understand this other aspect of dopamine, which is that it's called a pleasure chemical. Dopamine is brain's pleasure chemical. Whenever you're feeling happy, right, which means dopamine cells are singing. So this dopamine release is triggered by brain stimulation, psychomotor stimulants. When you take drugs, you go on high, right, that activates the reward system, activates dopamine cell activity in the brain. Opiates and even food. You enjoy eating food because, right, you don't eat just for nourishment. You eat for enjoyment. That's because dopamine cells are firing. And dopamine antagonists, those chemicals which counteract the action of dopamine, also block the sense of pleasure that you get when dopamine is activated. And at a higher level, at cognitive level, even presentation of beautiful faces, images of lovers, even monetary reward. When somebody suddenly puts a wad of cash in your hand, you feel very happy because dopamine cells get activated by that. So this aspect of dopamine is known for a long time. So, but way back in the late 90s, this group from Oxford, I think, Wolfram Schultz and his colleagues have done some interesting experiments that revealed an even subtler aspect of dopamine cell signaling, right, as it goes, as you can see in this slides. So this experiment is done on primates, right, under Pavlovian conditioning setup. The recording is done from ventral tegmental area, which is another dopamine cluster in the brain. So here the animal is given a conditioning stimulus like a flash of light. After a short delay, it is given a piece of apple as a reward. So here in this slide, in this trace, this is a dopamine cell firing in VTS in VTA. Conditioning stimulus is given here. After some time, the animal touches an apple. So you see that right moment it touches the apple, the firing increases because apple means reward. So VTA cells, it means the signaling means reward, which is well known. So that's consistent with what we already know. Now look at the second trace, right? The same, you see the firing here, but in this case the conditioning stimulus is given. The firing began right after the conditioning stimulus CS is given, right? It doesn't even wait for the apple to come. Why is that? Which means that the cell's activity anticipates reward. It doesn't even have to wait for actual reward to come. because the CS and the reward are paid consistently. So the moment it sees that conditioning stimulus, a flash of light, it knows the reward is going to come. So cells are firing in anticipation of that. So this dopamine cell activity means not just reward, but actually anticipated reward or expected reward. That's what the second trace is saying. If you go to third trace, in the third trace again it's the same experiment, but with a small change. Right, the condition CS is given after a small gap when the reward is actually supposed to come, and they cheated the monkey. They removed the piece of apple. This box is empty. So monkey puts his hand in the box and find that the apple is missing. Right. So what do you see there? You see a small dip in dopamine cell activity. So monkey is kind of disappointed. Okay. So what this signal is saying is not just reward, not just expected reward, but the difference between expected reward and actual reward that it got. It's called reward prediction error. The error in reward prediction. Now, moment you see any brain signal which means some kind of an error, right? The machine learning and AI guys will get very excited, because the whole theory is constructed around some kind of error signals. You take an error signal and feed it into an error, gives you a way to train systems and networks. So this kind of error people have found. I can't go into all the details, but this kind of error people have noticed very early on. This 97 paper by Schulz and Reed Montague and Sejnowski. They found that it looks a lot like the reinforcement learning and a signal that appears in reinforcement learning theory, which is a branch of machine learning. So what is this reinforcement learning? So if you take an agent, right, where you give a stimulus to the agent and look at the response of the agent, if the response leads to a reward, then the agent will try to repeat that response to that stimulus next time, right? So that the stimulus response connection is reinforced. But if the response leads to punishment, the agent will try not to do that response to that stimulus next time, and the stimulus response relationship is attenuated. To give an example, let us say there's an animal in the wild, found some red moving thing, it just grabbed it and ate it, and happens to be a very juicy insect. Right, then next time it sees a red moving thing, it will grab it. But suppose that insect happens to be a poisonous insect and animal fell sick or something. Next time it sees a red moving thing, it will try to run away from it or avoid it. This is reinforcement learning, to put it simply. Now, is basal ganglia doing something like this? I mean, just let's look at the anatomical context of basal ganglia. It's a subcortical circuit receiving input from both motor cortex and sensory cortex. So that's this big arrow you can see here. It's receiving reward related information from SNC. So if you look at this box, three things are coming together in this box: stimulus, response, and reward or punishment information. Now if you look at this box, basal ganglia, right, you get input from sensory cortex, which is telling you what is the stimulus, motor cortex, which is telling you what is the response, and SNC, which is telling you what is the outcome. Did you get reward or punishment? I mean, all three are coming together here. So you can right there see that basal ganglia is possibly a good candidate for performing reinforcement learning kind of functions. So that becomes a basis to understand, to create a comprehensive theory of basal ganglia. But then, so with that as starting point, people have developed lots of models of basal ganglia. So I'll tell you some problems with those models and what we have done to kind of correct or that kind of a deficiency. Now let us go a little bit deeper into this. And how do animals or agents learn by reinforcement? Let's imagine a hypothetical situation where an animal is presented with two choices: pressing a yellow button or pressing a red button. If it presses yellow button, it gets some juice, which is reward. If it presses the red button, it gets a shock, which is punishment. But animal doesn't know that initially. It thinks both are equally good. So its weightage for both these choices are equal initially. And this weightage, I'll give a more formal term for it. So it presses the yellow button, it gets reward, so its weightage for yellow has gone up, right? It presses the red button, it gets a shock, so weightage for red has gone down. It does a few times, and yellow weightage maxes out, red weightage becomes almost zero. So these weightages are called values in reinforcement learning terminology. And these values are like surrogates to reward, because reward is something that you get after you perform an action, but that's too late, right? You want to know what you're going to get once you perform the action. So these weightages will guide you, in choosing the action. These weightages are called values. So if you want to have a reinforcement learning system, you need to figure out how to learn these values by trial and error, by performing actions. Okay, that's not the choosing of an action is like go in basal ganglia, and the not choosing of an action is like no go in basal ganglia. So you can see how the basal ganglia's functional anatomy can do these tasks. But there's a third thing which is missed in RL, the traditional approaches to RL applied to basal ganglia, which is exploration. What is exploration? Let me give an analogy. I mean, we all go to restaurants, right? Typically there are some our favorite restaurants in the city. We always tend to go to those restaurants because you get a good kind of bang for the buck. And then there are restaurants where you've been there before and you fell sick, and had to skip work and all that. So you you try to avoid those restaurants. But if that is your restaurant visit policy, that's not a very optimal policy, because there are new restaurants constantly cropping up in the city. You should be willing to try out new restaurants, and maybe they're the better restaurants than the best that you have known so far. So you should be willing to explore, right? As Nitish said, you should be willing to take risk, go out of your comfort zone and try out new things fearlessly. That is called exploration. So what is that exploration in basal ganglia? Nobody knows. Nobody talked about it, right, before. So if you want to think of basal ganglia as a comprehensive, a complete reinforcement learning engine, it needs to have a reward signal. It needs to have some way of representing values. It needs to be able to explore, try out new actions, right? It needs to perform actions. It needs to have a representation of the state. These are the 5 elements of reinforcement learning. So if basal ganglia is a reinforcement learning system, where are all these things happening in the circuits, right? So striatum, so state comes from the sensory cortex. State means, what is the state right now? That comes from sensory cortex. It's like stimulus. Now actions are motor actions, so that happens in the motor cortex, way downstream. The values, so there's a lot of data from neuroimaging, right, with human subjects performing gambling tasks, where people have shown that the part of striatum, the ventral striatum, is where the values are computed and stored. So I'll just take that piece of experimental information as it is. Okay, so but what about exploration? Where does exploration happen in basal ganglia? Right, so the classical view doesn't tell you anything about it. It doesn't even bring up the topic of exploration, because that's why I said go no go is not a complete story. And even this traditional story where you try to argue and support, justify go no go in terms of the neurotransmitter stages, it's not a complete argument, because the indirect pathway consisting of STN and GP, it's not a feed forward, it's not a bunch of feed forward stages. There's a feedback coming from STN to GPE that makes it a loop of excitatory inhibitory neuronal pools. And whenever you have a pool, a pair of excitatory inhibitory stages, you have very complex dynamics, right? So the simple arguments in terms of this is, how much time do you have? Okay. So we propose that the indirect pathway does not only no-go but also exploration, right? So we call this go, explore, no-go picture of basal ganglia, or gen model of basal ganglia. So how do we say that SNGP is exploration? So I can cite some more experimental evidence. So decorticated kittens in which cortex is completely removed, they're capable of showing exploratory behavior. So that means something is coming from the subcortex. Then STN lesion, so if you lesion STN, people show what is called perseverative behavior. What does it mean? They perform the same action even though that action is not giving them reward. That means they're not able to learn from reward. They're purely explore, they lost their ability to explore. And also people have found from electrophysiological studies, a huge number of studies like this, that the STN dynamics loses its dynamic complexity under conditions of Parkinson's. That the activity is less correlated or more desynchronized under normal conditions and more correlated in PD conditions. So with this background, I'll justify that STN-GP system is indeed the explorer. This is what is driving your ability to choose actions randomly. So I'll describe a small model to start with, then I'll develop this. So I think I'll rush a little bit. So we developed this model here. In this model, this is a striatum which has 2 kinds of cells, D1 receptor expressing medium spinal neurons and D2 MSNs and so on. Right, and then the STN-GP in the system shows oscillations. So I just want to say that this is not like an AI model where it's like a black box where you have garbage input, garbage output, and train on some data. It's not that kind of model. It's built from first principles, from a knowledge of basal ganglia anatomy and function and neurochemistry and all that. Okay, so these two combine in GPI, and then output goes to thalamus. Okay, now when we give this network a very simple task, I have 2 choices, A and B. A is better than B, right? But which one will you choose? You should choose A, right? But what does the network do? Then we vary the dopamine level in the model. So when dopamine is high, it chooses A most of the time. When dopamine is low, it doesn't choose anything. That's like no-go, which is like consistent with what we already know. But when dopamine is intermediate, in the intermediate zone, it does something very strange. It keeps choosing B quite often with a probabilistic fashion. Now the point is, network is not a probabilistic model, it's completely a deterministic model. Why is it showing a probabilistic behavior as though it's, it's exploring? Why does it happen? That happens because of the oscillations in STN-GP. STN-GP is a network of oscillators, only oscillators. When you couple them, they produce chaos, chaotic dynamics. And this chaos is what is giving the network this exploratory power, the ability to choose actions randomly. You see this more radically when you have lots of output options. So we then extended this to what is called the unknown bounded problem, a classical problem in reinforcement learning. So network can learn how to choose the best action when you have a bunch of actions based on the rewards that it gets. So then we extended this to continuous action domain, because a lot of things based on your they happen in continuous domain. When you are walking, when you are moving your hands, all this happens in the continuous domain. So we extend the equations to that. So, so this is a recent paper on, we applied this to a bunch of cognitive functions, working memory and all that, and which was done in collaboration with a group in UC San Diego, published in Scientific Reports just recently. So we've been working on Basel nonlinear models for the last about 15 years, and we published this book, research monograph based on my lab's work. It's a comprehensive model of Basel nonlinear. It explains a lot of motor functions, eye movements, gait, hand movements, handwriting, so full spectrum, and some decision making, working memory, some cognitive, sequence processing, and so on. And so I'll talk about reaching in this. We haven't touched affective, that is emotions and all that, and we haven't touched autonomic function. Why do you get constipation? All that we haven't done. Sleep regulation in Parkinson's, we haven't touched that. Although we have done some separate work on sleep modeling. So reaching, let's look at reaching. So reaching is where you extend your hand and touch something, touch a target. So this is a model of reaching that we developed. And in this model, so these bursts are like the STN bursts in the beta domain, in the beta band. I think yesterday somebody talked about that. This is like a regular irregular spiking that you see in normal condition. This is like PD condition. So these are various parameters we set to distinguish between PD and normal conditions. So this is STN firing patterns in normal, and this is STN firing pattern in PD, and you see the spectrum differences, right? So now under PD condition, you also see tremor. So this is like a sharp peak, the tremor peak in the hand acceleration data. So you see the three kinds of movements that you get: the healthy case where the hand is reaching a target, and the rigidity case. So you vary the parameters in one way, you get rigidity, the hand doesn't move, it's stuck kind of. And vary the parameters slightly differently, you get tremor. You see that small shaking of the hand. You see that here, and the shaking happens in the around 5 Hertz, right, which is close to the real frequency it's seen in patients. So with that, I think I will stop. This is again a big model we developed, and I can't go into the modeling details. I mean, even one part of this has 170 equations, and I cannot bore you with it. You'll go to sleep. But just have a simple animation just to give an idea of how it works. So this is a normal, say you see the tremor in this case, right? This is coming out of the model, and so if you give L-DOPA 100 mg, it slightly improves bradykinesia. If you give 200 mg, it's even better. Okay. Yeah, so right now we're trying to put this whole thing on a quantitative footing, where you take quantitative data from a patient, put the data into the model, then you have a kind of virtual patient. Then whatever therapeutics you want to plan, do it on the model first before giving to the patient. So I want to thank the 1970 reunion batch. They have given us a fund to start this Parkinson's therapeutics lab, and acknowledgements, a lot of labs, students in the lab who have done their PhDs on this, collaborators, sponsors. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your knowledge. It's truly an enlightening session. As a token of gratitude, now I would like to request Dr. Daniel and Dr. Senthil Kumaran to honor Dr. Srinivas Chakravarti. Thank you, sir. Moving forward, ladies and gentlemen, now it is my distinct honor and privilege to introduce to you Dr. Hari Verma, an esteemed associate professor at IIT Mumbai, whose groundbreaking research is shaping the future of medical imaging applications. Dr. Verma's expertise lies in developing novel optical tools that revolutionize medical imaging with a particular focus on laser, spectral contrast imaging, and diffuse correlation spectroscopy, tomography for blood flow measurements. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to Dr. Hari Verma.
Okay, so good morning to all. Thanks for the introduction, and thanks to Professor Rao and KL University to invite me for this conference. So I'll be talking about measuring deep tissue blood flow using laser speckles. So I'll just talk about one simple experiment that we have done. You can see on this side there is a PDMS in which I have engraved the word IIT, and then I put a butter paper on the top of it. So when I shine the laser into this, then you can see the middle picture, this one, right? But when you do a magic, basically to compute a quantity called spectral contrast, you can see that it reveals the engraved word IIT, right? So essentially what my job is what is termed as inverse problem. So trying to find out what is inside in a hidden box, and the hidden box can be human body, or it can be your luggage in airport, right? Or it can be a approaching fighter aircraft, right? What we do in radar, right? So it's basically comes under the theory called inverse problems. So here you can see a simple experiment on the this bottom side. You can see a imaging of a mice brain. So what you have done is we remove the scalp and the skull and shine the laser and try to measure the scattered data using a camera. And if you see the image from the camera, it looks like this image at the top, which looks very noisy. But the moment again you do this computation of what is called the spectral contrast, it starts revealing the perfusion map. So this is basically what is called the laser spectral contrast imaging, which gives you the perfusion map in the superficial region. So it can get information roughly from 1 millimeter from the depth. But then this is not very trivial. You cannot just put the laser and get the data and then try to do these computations. You have to adjust the camera parameters and the lasers in such a way that we can actually start getting it. So there is something called the sensitivity. That means what exposure of the camera should I use, what should be the aperture of the camera, what wavelength I should use. All these things do matter. So for example, what we use here is the wavelength, which is the NIR region, near infrared region, which is roughly from 600 to 1100 nanometer. So I'm sure you guys are exposed to what are called this pulse oximeters post-COVID, right? So in pulse oximeter, we use the NIR region. We have a light emitting diode which emits the light in the NIR region, and there is a detector which detects it and try to find out the oxygen saturation. So this is possible because of what is called a physiological window, where there are so many absorbers or the chromophores in the tissue which basically absorbs the light. But in the NIR region, two predominant chromophores are basically oxy and deoxyhemoglobin, and that's exactly what we target here. So the idea is that we have to fine tune the camera and the laser parameters in such a way that we can start getting this type of images. So, but I told you that this is basically a uniform illumination. So I am actually uniformly illuminating the brain. But what if you want to look at the human brain? Because there is no meaning in getting the scalp information, right? So in order to do that, basically you have to focus the laser. So if you focus the laser diode to a point in the, say for example, in the forehead, then the photons will go deeper to the tissue, and that can be collected at some distances away from the source. Now let's assume that the laser diode is perfect. It doesn't change as it doesn't drift. It emits constant intensity. Let's assume the experiment is done very well. There is no movement, nothing. Then if you plot the intensity measurement, intensity that you are getting from a, say for example, a detector which can be a photodiode or an avalanche photodiode, which makes it more sensitive, then you can see you should expect an intensity versus time to be a constant, because I'm not changing my intensity of the input laser. The experiments are done in a proper way, so why should my intensity changes with respect to time? You can see here it's a very noisy pattern. So there was a time when people used to throw it away, saying that you just take an average and try to just do what is called the functional NIR spectroscopy, where people doesn't care about these noises. But then some people started using it, and they found that this, in fact, you can extract the blood flow from this noisy data. So in order to do that, what you can do is to basically you have to extract some parameters. This is a random sort of a noise, or maybe with some PDF. So you want to extract some information from it. So one option is you go for what is called, it is a uniform illumination. You go for the speckle contrast, and when you have deep tissue informations where you focus the laser and we are collecting the deep tissue photons, then you go for what are called the diffuse correlation spectroscopy systems. Now the typical problem with this setup, so you can see here this setup, the main problem is these detectors that you need to look at these photons from different distances from the source, they are quite expensive. So for example, a single channel can cost you around 15 to 20 lakhs, single channel. Now you just imagine if you want the whole brain, it's not easy to build. So people wants to use some high density detectors like a camera. So the question is, can you use a camera for DCS? The answer is yes, but it's not trivial. The main issue is that if you want to do an autocorrelation of the order of few nanoseconds, the frame rate has to be that larger, right? And whenever if you look at the high frame rate cameras, the readout noise associated with those cameras are very high. It's not useful. So it's not very trivial. So then we thought, okay, why don't we just use, instead of an autocorrelation for deep tissue blood flow imaging, why don't we just merge the two properties of these two imaging modalities? One is LSCI and one is the DCS. So in laser speckle, we used a uniform illumination, and speckle contrast was a measurement. In DCS, we use autocorrelation. But why don't we just use a focused laser as in DCS, but the measurement can be speckle contrast? So in that case, we can actually use a camera. We don't have to go for expensive detectors. We call it SCOS, speckle contrast optical spectroscopy. So this idea was invented in Institute of Photonic Sciences in Barcelona, Spain. So I was also a part of that project. So then you can see that when the moment you use a camera, then the speckle contrast can be plotted as a function of several source detector separations. So the idea in this type of measurements is you put a focused laser source to one part of your body, say forehead, and then take the measurements from different distances from the source. We call it source detector separations. So there is a theory, diffusion of light in tissue, which says that the further the measurement that you make from the source, the deeper the photons that you collect. So that is called the spatially resolved measurements. So if you want to measure deep tissue, you have to put a detector which is further away from your source. So if you do that, you can plot your speckle contrast with respect to source detector separation and then start looking at some imaging. So once you have this speckle contrast with respect to different source detector separations, you can think about quantifying the blood flow. Then you also can think about what is called optical tomography. That means instead of putting one source and the detector, you put multiple source or scan it and take more detectors. Then you can actually start doing a tomography. You can see here there is a tube in a block, and then do a scanning in the reflection geometry, and you can start reconstructing these tubes. So these theories I skip. Basically it comes from what is called the perturbation analysis. Now the question is, so I told you about SCOS, which is basically using a deep tissue blood flow imaging using speckle contrast, but at the same time there is DCS. Although it's expensive, it's a gold standard. Now the question that we have asked is, which one is correct? So are they giving the same answer, or the SCOS and the DCS? So we have answered it basically that it's not exact. Theoretically it is same, but for all practical reasons they are not the same. So we asked, is it possible to recover the autocorrelation or the DCS data from the scores, for which we come up with the idea what is called the MDCS or multispectral DCS from IIT Bombay. So this particular methodology helped us to basically employ a camera for DCS, which was the problem that I told earlier. So essentially this tells you, all this theory I'm skipping tells you that it is quite possible. If you look at this equation, this particular equation, suppose let me put it in a simple way rather than this complicated stuff. Suppose I give you sum of 10 numbers and I ask you to tell each number. So given sum of 10 numbers, you won't be able to find out what are each numbers. Of course you can tell, but not a unique answer, right? But if I give you a cumulative sum, say for example sum of first 2, sum of first 3, like that, then you will be able to recover it. So that is exactly what is being done here. So if I give a single exposure data, you won't be able to recover the DCS measurements from scores. But if I give a multi-exposure data, because of this cumulative sum property, you will be able to recover. So this is what we have done, and then we have done some computations to recover this, and then we validated in tissue equivalent phantoms. We did it in vivo human handcuff occlusion experiments. So just cuff the hand, put the probe in the hand and try to measure the blood flow and see whether it's getting perturbed. So you can see in the pre-cuff, cuff and the post-cuff occlusions. And then we started using MDCS for cerebral blood flow measurements in adult human. So what we do is basically to put illuminate the forehead by delivering the light through optical fibers, and try to get the data using optical fibers, which can be used for standard DCS measurements. And then you can use a camera here as shown for MDCS measurements. And then we did two tasks. For example, one is voluntary apnea task, where you tell the subject to hold the breath and then try to see whether we are actually seeing the CBF measurements. And then we also told the subject to do a quantitative number processing task and see whether there is an associated CBF changes, which we found. Now the major problem that we always face from the community is, are you measuring from the scalp or the brain? So this is always people ask. In fact, that is it's a mix. So there are crosstalks from the scalp. It's not purely from the brain. But brain means basically what we are seeing is basically the surface cortical regions. So it's not a deep tissue in that sense. We can go deeper. It can penetrate scalp, the skull, and reaches the cortical region. That's all. It cannot go deeper brain region. I mean, with the technology that we have right now. So then we thought, okay, let's do one thing. Let's do a filtering for the scalp so that this crosstalk can be avoided. So we came up with an idea about what is called the filtered Green's functions. Again, I'm skipping it. The idea is to do a Fourier analysis or a Fourier filtering method to remove the information from the scalp. And then we did some experiments in human brain and phantoms, and then we started getting some data which is filtered for the scalp from the human brain, and we did a tomography as well. So you can look at all these in our publications. Then we moved to preclinical imaging. Say for example, as developing a small animal imaging platform. The idea is like this. If you look at this picture, this is the setup that you always have to build to do some experiments in animals, and it was becoming a big problem for us. First of all, we have to go to some other institute to do this. Our animal setup is coming up, so right now we are doing it in IISER Pune. So it's a big task for the students to always go there and set up this stuff, and there can be error in the instrumentation if you don't do it properly. So we thought we should build our own system. So this is a system that we have developed. It's a very crude, not very pleasant to look, but we are now funded to make it more commercial by BARAC. So this initial system design and proof of concept is done. Now we are trying to make it into more maybe something like a first commercial prototype. And we in fact did some experiments. We are now exploring the olfactory sensing in mice using this setup. So coming back to the theme of this conference, so I do not do any machine learning as such. We just started, so it's like our baby steps towards application of ML. This is primarily one of my postdoc pushed me to do this. I was having a lot of reservation against this AI ML stuff, Many of the speakers were sharing the same thing. The main problem is this black box stuff. So whatever things that we do, we have our own code. We know what sort of code we have to do, what sort of equations we have to solve. We know the convergence analysis of it. We know all this stuff. So it's in our hand. But this machine learning is a big problem because whatever curves that you show here, it's like basically a 5 or 10 lines of code, and the rest of the things are done by the library file. So I don't know much about it. So that's my reluctance to start working on it. But nevertheless, we did something. So what we did is enhancing the temporal resolution of laser spectral imaging system using data imputation. So basically, it's, the problem that we face is shown here. So you can see that, as I told you, in order to use this laser spectrals to measure the flow, you have to put some specifications of the camera that you have put, right? So you have to have some measurement, like the camera exposure or the veil, and those things have to be set optimally to get the flow. And one of the major thing is what exposure that you put. So this exposure time of the camera should be proportional to correlation decay of a particular blood flow. So that is shown here in this curve. But then the problem is, just like any inverse problems, we don't know exactly what we are going to measure. So a priori we don't know what is it. So we have to have a very high dense multi-exposure data, because we don't know what tau c we are going to look at. Tau c means something proportional to flow. So in that case, basically we have to go for a high dense multi-exposure data, which takes a lot of time. So it affects the temporal resolution of the system. So it takes a few seconds to get all the data before we can move to the next one. So it affects the temporal resolution. So we thought, okay, shall we apply machine learning for this purpose? And then we started using what are called as generative adversarial imputation networks, which one of the speakers have already explained in a nice way. So the idea is something like this. What we do is basically to take the multi-exposure spectral contrast data, and then you give a training data, which is by taking just remove some of them randomly. But my test data will be some row. That means I'm not going to take couple of multi-exposure data. So for example, if I want to do a measurement from say few microseconds to few seconds, I cannot just sweep the entire exposure. So I skip, say I'll take just 10 of them with some decade of change. Then the question is, with this coarser data, just like what I have given here, with a coarser multi-exposure data, will you be able to do a measurement of blood flow with a good accuracy? So that is possible if you take this coarser data, impute. Data imputation means you just try to impute include the data which are missing using this GAN network, and then you can actually start doing it. So we have some preliminary results. So the idea is like this. So you have the original data, and this X denotes the missing one. Yeah, so you have this data matrix, and then you have a random matrix which fills some random numbers in the missed one, and you have a mask matrix which tells you where the data is missing. You generate a probability matrix, like a hint matrix for the mask matrix. You assign some probability for this missing one, and the generator in the conventional way generate you the imputed matrix. So it's just like some multi-layer neural networks can generate this imputed matrix. Now what happens is, this imputed matrix and this hint matrix are fed to discriminator. So the job of this discriminator is basically to say whether the imputed data doesn't look odd. So it should not discriminate between the actual data and the imputed data. So if the discriminator assigns the probability in such a way that it can basically discriminate this imputed data, then it's a problem. So this output is fed back in such a way that if discriminator find out this mask matrix with good probability, then it means it couldn't discriminate, so it has to be done again. So this is the feedback loop that we use, and keep doing it, and it finally gives you some imputed matrix. And then you can see that here on the right side, you can see that if I take say 10 exposures, 10 exposures means image is not just 10 exposure, 10 sets of exposures with say 1000 images. So it can be 10,000 images. And with the acquisition time of 1 minute, then your error in the blood flow index is 10 to 20%. But if you give enough time, so for example, if you take number of exposures to be 30, of course the temper resolution is very bad because it takes 3 minutes to occur, then your SNR is good, 3 to 7% is accuracy that you have. But then by deep learning, we can actually use 10 and then 1 minute itself with the same accuracy. So we can actually save some time, improve the temper resolution, but not at the cost of accuracy. So we did this with the handcuff experiments as well. Now we very recently introduced what are called the stochastic differential equations to model the laser speckles. So this is basically stochastic differential equations are basically like an first order ordinary differential equations. You can see here this di by dt is a times dt. You forget the second term b dw. You take this a to dt to the left side. You can see di by dt is equal to some a. So it's a first order, simple first order differential equation. But when you add something to it, so second term b times dw, or dw is called basically called a, w is a Wiener process, d, or we can call it as Brownian motion, or you can consider this as a forcing function which is random in nature. Then you can actually start getting some I of t which is random in nature, but with certain statistics. So for example, I can fix the statistics of I to be exponential PDF, that means exponential probability density function, and with a given autocorrelation. Now why we choose this is basically a speckle, what I told you regarding the speckle, that these random fluctuations, right? So maybe I should have told this earlier. You take this pointer and put it into a wall, you can see very dark and bright spots. That is called speckles. That's what I have been telling this to measure the flow. So these speckles are characterized by certain statistics, which is a given PDF which is exponential in nature and a simple exponential autocorrelation. So these are the two characteristics of these speckles. And in fact, you can actually start generating an I of t using this particular model with this predetermined PDF and autocorrelation. Then you can use these equations to simulate the speckles. So this is for one of the first works in this field. Usually people use different diffraction theory or Fourier transforms based methods to simulate the speckles, but we for the first time did it in using stochastic differential equations, and you can incorporate the deep tissue as well as the superficial speckles. And then these are some simulated examples where we have simulated the speckles for superficial regions. See, for example, you can take a actual image of the mice perfusion map and then merge it with the simulated speckles. So it looks like this. So the question that you have asked is, so you can look at this publication to find more details. But then we thought, okay, if it is a simulation tool, why don't we make it into a hardware calibration phantom? So the main issue that we face for this type of spectral imaging systems are we have to standardize it before you move to animals or humans. So you need some way to standardize it. So we use phantoms, which are basically this glycerol and intralipid phantoms. So shelf life is very bad, and only discrete set of the dynamics that you can get. But then we come up with a way to have a continuous flow phantom where you don't have to worry about the shelf life. It's a complete electronic hardware, and it can be used anytime that you want. So what we did is a simple technique. We took this simulated random speckles that we have generated using our SDE and put it into a piezo transducer. Then the piezo transducer will start vibrating. You illuminate it with a laser, then the laser will fluctuate according to what we set it in the SDE or the stochastic differential equation. Then we basically what you are generating is speckles which predetermined statistics using our equation. So we can have any value that you want to give, you can give it in the transducer, of course limited by the bandwidth of the transducer, and then you can actually start using it for spectral imaging calibration system. So this is what we have done. So now what you are doing is basically approaching the stochastic inverse problems, basically to do the stochastic optimization approach to do this one. So essentially we came up with a model for stochastic models for the laser speckle. So now we are trying to see an inverse problem associated with it so that we can actually try to get a better estimate of blood flow rather than doing some conventional deterministic fitting. So this part is where we are also trying to merge the machine learning, because right now we are doing some ordinary least squares and maximum likelihood, which is conventional methods. But only thing is that you have to basically Whatever things that you have done in ML, the paper is yet to come, but we have put some effort to define why do you need machine learning, because you can ask me, why don't you just do fitting? So this is something that you have to always think whether you need the machine learning or not. So we have put some effort to defend ourselves that this is required. So here also we hope we'll be doing it. So this is yet to publish. So I'm not including all these things in this talk because we are going to present it in Clio. So that's all. So these are my group collaborators and the funding source. Thanks.
Thank you, sir, for the insightful session. Now, as a token of gratitude, I request Dr. Senthil Kumaran and Dr. Neelam Sinha to honor Dr. Hari Verma. Thank you, sir. Moving forward, now it's a most exciting session. It's roundtable discussion and it is for 15 minutes. Let's avail the opportunity to ask questions, doubts, sharing insights with our distinguished speakers. Now I request Professor Daniel Sir from Sorbonne University, Dr. Shilpa Rao Nimhans, Dr. Neelam Sinha from IISc, Dr. V. Srinivas Chakravarti, IIT Madras, and Dr. Hari Verma to grace us onto the dais, please. It's an open session. If you have any doubts, audience, please feel free to ask, as you were not given any opportunity to ask since 2 days. It's only for 15 minutes, and make sure that the questions are concise and precise. Please stick on to time. If you have any questions, please come forward. We'll pass on the mic. Any questions from the audience? You have. Check.
Hello, everybody. It was a very nice, very interesting, enlightening session. So first, given I'm from a background of neuroimaging, I have a question for Professor Sinha. You mentioned at some point that you have a running protocol involving various modalities for around 10,000 farmers. Could you enlighten us about that?
It's a very ambitious study. It's been running for the last 7 years. They want to do it for 20 more years. They are following 3 generations of farmers. They want to see how and when neurodegeneration sets in. Is it reversible? what kind of interventions would be needed to decrease the rate of decline. So a whole lot of things, blood samples, whole gene sequencing, EEG, clinical assessments, the whole battery of tests are being carried out on these 10,000 people. So it'll be a resource to learn from.
But you didn't mention about MRI modality.
Yes,
What
yes,
do you
yes.
have there?
Yeah.
You have all the structure.
Yeah, in all these, in addition to structural functional diffusion MRI. So it's funded privately. Mr. Chris Gopal Krishnan and his trust, Tatas have funded the scanner, the MR scanner that is housed. It's a work in progress. So besides this, there's another cohort of 1,000 people from urban settings. So they want to see, does education make a difference, language skills, lifestyle. So urban versus rural kind of studies are also going on.
So on this line, I have a general question, particularly focused to the Indian researchers. Did you ever think about developing something like in line with the UK Biobank? Because when you have something like multimodalities for thousands and thousands of people, for like an Indian biobank or something.
Are you talking about some kind of a brain bank?
Yes, like how did it in UK Biobank? They started like having sort of centralized for all the people who come as healthy,
So
and you collect all the
anybody
samples.
from NIMHANS here? Yeah.
No, but
NIMHANS is
he's
a brain
talking,
bank.
we have a brain bank which collects samples from autopsies of all disorders, including neurodegeneration, infection, epilepsy. This is all, epilepsy is of course biopsy antemortem, but you're talking about normal healthy.
Yes, yes. So that you can, but like the concept of UK Biobank is really inspiring for all the other countries as well. So what they did, they tracked people, the healthy people, for years and years. So that means many of these people, they converted into Parkinson's disease. So for example, you have thousands and thousands of variables for these people, and you could really track their conversions. And all the papers, even if you see coming out from UK Biobank, are really like of high level because they will mix genetics with MRI, blood markers, and everything.
They charge a huge fee. It's not really available.
Not a huge fee with respect to all the other biobanks, I would say. So my point is more about in India, if we could think about something in line with
sure,
that.
because our
that could be-
population is huge and
Yes.
we'll get a lot of material.
and varying population.
Correct.
That's the most
You're
important
right.
point.
Absolutely.
Hi, thank you everyone. It was very interesting. I have a question on methods for you, Dr. Barmer. I was wondering, because I use DCS in preterm neonates, and I was wondering if the techniques that you showed today would be doable in an hospital environment. Do you think that is something that I could do on my preterm babies, considering that there's the camera also? Because like you said, APDs are very expensive, so therefore I have 2 channels. But I would love to have a higher resolution, but it's hard for me to see, you know, how realistic it would be to do it the way you do in the NICU.
So you want to do it in babies, right?
Yeah, because that's what I do. I have.
As I understood from your talk.
Yeah. Yes, that's what I
So
do.
what I suggest is, of course, it can be done. Right now, if you are asking from my side, I'm trying to do it in adult humans for stroke imaging. We are trying to translate it into clinic. So almost, so those details I didn't include it here. So I want some concrete stuff. So next time maybe. But one thing that you can do is there is something called Baby Lux project in Europe.
Yes.
So they do this. So it's actually initiated by my former
That's
group
Chogurt's
from
doing
Institute
it,
of
right?
Photonic Sciences.
Yes.
So they have all the devices ready. So maybe you can approach them for that.
But I think the Baby Lux does not have the 2D resolution. It's channels, but it's not like the camera, right?
So the idea is that once you get multiple data from the brain, you can actually map it into 3D.
So you think the BabyLux has sufficient resolution for mapping?
No, not in the scale of MRI or anything. So because it depends on the density of detectors that they use. But eventually they may be doing. But I'm not following what exactly they do right now, what they are capable of. But I think you should talk to them. It'll be easy for you to.
Sure. Thank you.
Yeah.
Question is for Dr. Daniel. You have a French project called the Virtual Brain. Can you tell us something about it?
Yes.
Yes.
It was for me, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So I was calling it Oracle. This is what you want to know exactly
Yeah,
what I meant?
Yeah.
Okay. So yes, this concept, it's something I would like to do in the future. It's based on what we call representation learning. So representation learning is learn how to represent the data in a most discriminative way and in a most complete way. So I will try to be a bit more explicit. So in machine learning, we have a possibility to work in, let's say, non-supervised, unsupervised way, or supervised way. The problem is when we want to work in supervised way, we need a lot of annotations. We need to sit down with the experts. We need to classify the data. It's a bit time-consuming. Nobody has time to do it properly for thousands of images. So we were planning to doing it in unsupervised way. Unsupervised way is possible now with visual transformers and foundation models like Dino. I was showing you this model. So Dino, it's a model which exists, which is open source. I mean, everybody can use it. And the key point is that we need enough data to do it. Now with the GDPR in Europe, it's becoming very difficult to get enough data. And what is enough? This is the question. It's a question I cannot answer to right now. But what I can say is that maybe together, between Europe, France, Europe, and India, we could reach this critical number. And in order to make like a sort of semantic indexing or latent space, create a latent space for a huge data set.
But latent space is not interpretable at all.
Exactly. It's not. But it's like still extracted from the data. So the data spoken. Now, the question is, what do you do with it? With this kind of oracle? You need to talk with it, right? And this is the point. So then, according to the indexing methods we will develop, or developed already, like because Dino is one of them, we could refine Dino, for example, for brain data. The idea is to come with your own small data set and small questions, annotated or not, and have a sort of discussion with this oracle. And this discussion could be, for example, you use the same indexing protocol and you try to match the indexing and create a ranking system. So you could find some correlations. Second point, of course, you need to explain that. And this is something which could be done on a small data set basis, on a small annotation set basis, which is something we could do. But idea of this kind of oracle, it's then we can go back somehow to the original images which have been correlated with and try to understand what's happening. Try to understand what is discriminative for one disease and what is not. And I suppose this kind of system is able to point out things we possibly don't know. This is the idea, in fact.
Thanks.
Hello. Good afternoon to the panelists. I'm going to ask a generalized question. As we observe day by day, cyber attacks on the medical field are very increasing. As we observed in the last year, 2022, AIIMS Delhi's database was hacked by a ransomware attack. And recently in US, a 10 million smart toothbrush was hacked to apply a DDoS attack on another website. And my question is there any risk to the patients if their data is being exploited is the patients is necessary to fear about their data is exploited? That's my question.
You want to reply? No? So this is the question all the European authorities are asking us now. This is why we cannot do research anymore. So we need to find a right way in between this issue. It's an issue, it's something we need to respect, and the fact that we need to advance the science. If we block everything, if we say we don't share any personal data, whatever, the science is done. I mean, we go fishing, all of us. So the idea is to try to find something in between, which doesn't mean having a borderline approach. We need to find a compromise with the authorities to be less strict, at least from the European point of view. This is my opinion. And we are having this problem in all the research institutions in France, for example. So I give you an example. For example, you have a protocol which you sign with your patient at the beginning. You take the data to do research plan A. That's it. So going along the way in the plan A, you realize that it will be nice to go to the plan B, which is even more promising with new tools, and you want to add some omics information or some MRI with pathology information, computational pathology you didn't plan before, which is research, right? Then you are blocked. You cannot use because you signed the agreement with the plan A. So we need an agreement which is open enough for researchers to do their job, of course, in case the patient agrees, right? It's like a donor. I'm giving, I'm offering not my body, not my organs, but my images to the science. Makes sense, no? Only for these kind of people, we can move on without being scared about anything. Of course, now you can say, okay, we can recognize someone from even the gut, the microbiota, right? So stop working on microbiota, come on. You can recognize somebody from the MRI image. Stop working on MRI. Histopathology, not yet. Huh? So we need to find a reasonable solution to do the job. Yeah? Otherwise, our patients will suffer.
So is there any threat to the patients? Somebody, wrong man, do with their data? There is a chance to fear, people has to fear.
It could be, for example, if, let me say, a Russian hacker will go now and take your microbiota data. He will be able to find, maybe trace you, but still, okay, let's suppose he's smart enough to fuse all the elements and to find your identity, okay? So what? So what? Okay, let's suppose you are the president of India or prime minister of India. So you are an important guy, and then it's becoming tricky, indeed. It's true, there is always the risk to do that, I need to confess. But we need, again, to find a right way in between this kind of extreme but existing risk with a probability of 0.000 something, and the probability to cure better yourself and everybody here in a reasonable number of years with fantastic means we cannot even dream about today. Personalized medicine, right? This is the point. We need to be smart enough to find the right way, but nobody can guarantee that we will never have problems. For sure, it happens.
Yeah. Add to that, basically the patient database at various hospitals, they have to have the cyber security associated with that. In spite of that, if the hacking is going to happen, yes, the data is actually encrypted, so it will be, they will be able to get only partial information. But then when the people are giving the data to research, it is all anonymized data. So you cannot get any patient information from those data. So there is no risk to that, and yes, it is going to benefit the patient. Then patients who are going to be affected in future also.
Just to one more thing, maybe it's a very bad answer. See, when you meet your friend in a hospital, the first thing that you ask is, why are you here? I mean, so we used to do this mistake. I used to do that. Then I understood I should not ask that. Why should I know why is there, right? So are we protecting our own personal stuff properly? We are completely exposed. I can find all the details about you if I do a 5 minutes Google search. I'm sure you will be in Facebook, in LinkedIn, or whatever. But of course, it's because you have the concern. You do it by yourself. Your concern is somebody hacks without your thing, right? I agree. But how much effort that you put not to expose yourself in this internet or whatever, and of course not interfering into others, just asking too many questions to your your own friend. All right, so this is something I'm a bit, I just want to add, but it doesn't answer your question, but.
I have a lot many questions, but let me see how much time it will allow me to raise them. The first question is to Dr. Daniel. Well, you have shown the conceptual model in the experiential learning of the artificial intelligence, explainable learning. You have shown an expert system in the backward flow. Generally, in the area of machine learning, we find, is it possible for us to really depend on these results, predicted output? Because the accuracy is always around 85, 90, 95, and it is obviously not 100%. Then if you really take a decision based on what output is predicted, it is going to be suicidal. Therefore, you showed an expert model in the backward flow of the conceptual model. I believe that using expert model as an extra validation of the output that is predicted out of this model is mostly required. Could you please comment on this? Expert model either machine learned or human defined. Any expert model will have to assess the quality of the output generated by the machine learning model. Otherwise, anything less than 100% and trying to take a prediction on that, trying to take a decision on that, and then you go and do the diagnosis and then start giving medicines and all that is going to be suicidal, according to my own observation. But no model which I have seen so far is 100% accurate. So could you please comment on
Yes, thank you for the question. Is a doctor 100% sure about what he's saying and doing all the time? I remember a speech of one of my colleagues from MIT like 10 years ago speaking about errors in medicine in US only. He was doing a projection. I discussed with some of you around here, right, about this. Sorry, I need to repeat now, eh? So this is like a fact. He was working in the system. He was doctor in the system in MIT. He was having an infection due to a problem. He was having an accident on a bicycle. He didn't want to say anybody that he is working at a university. He was just willing to go in the medical system as a normal guy. And unfortunately, it happened very bad for him. He was telling me that he chose to go on Monday. I mean, he went on Monday because his accident was Sunday, probably. First error, you don't need to go on Monday. Everybody is like a bit like sad that he will start a new week. So mentally speaking, people are in a different mood. They could miss something. It happened in June. It was 20th of June or something like that, if I remember well. I'm not sure about the dates. Second error, he was saying, you never need to go to the hospital in June because the interns are coming. The new generation of interns are coming. So they will take over the job, and the probability of having errors of interpretation is it's higher than usual. And he was continuing like that and giving numbers for the US system and comparing this industry with the industry of aeronautics, which has been built to be safe with protocols, strict protocols, triple checking, or double checking, triple checking, 3 sensors for each important measure. By saying that giving some examples that in the healthcare system, things have been designed more from the, let's say, financial perspective than from the safety perspective at the beginning. Now we are trying maybe to catch the train, and finally, I remember his final conclusion was, what would you say if you will have one 747 full crashing every day about the industry of aeronautics in US? What would you say? This is what is happening in US because of the medical errors. So now you come to ask me 100%, right, of results with AI. I will never be able to give you, I'm honest, never, never. What I can give you, it's my best shot according to the state of the art, and I can put it clear on the table with cross-validation, with cross-testing. I do my best to be non-biased. This is what I can do. This is what I was talking about: responsibility, the balance between the representative data in the data set you are analyzing, ethical problems, represent all the minorities correctly. I'm doing my best. So this is the point. And I believe in the future, at least I will be clear that I will put you on the table something 98%, sure, and you need to stay in the loop as a doctor. And you need to use it as a sort of empowering system, not replacement system. You can, based on that as a filtering, you can move your threshold as far as you want, according to your confidence in my tool. And this is how we should work, in my opinion. But nobody's perfect, and AI will never be perfect too.
All right. Thank you, everyone, for your cooperation.
Hello. Actually, I want to answer a question which is not asked. If you just get 1 minute. So I'll make a series of provocative statements, and you can kind of then show all the flag. I think there is a deep crisis at the heart of neuroscience. If we don't understand brain well. So if you want to talk about understanding brain means structure and function, right? The enormous emphasis on structure, and our purpose function is, I think, very weak. Because if you look at, this is a traditional, even last several millennia that's been happening. People knew about ventricles and anatomy and all that. When it comes to function, people thought of animal spirits and all these things. If you look at modern computation approaches, if AI on one side, computational neuroscience on the other side, you have so much of, you have a lot of technology developing, right? So a lot of technology, the measurement tools give you structural information at various scales. And AI tools try to massage that and process that and predict and things like that. When it comes to function, even the so-called functional tools like function imaging, EEG, MAG, they don't really tell much about function. I mean, take any brain structure, hippocampus, basal ganglia. Do you have a good theory of what the structure does? People tell stories, right? I mean, we don't even understand how hippocampus processes memories, and we propose to develop a drug for Alzheimer's. So what does it even mean? And in medical curriculum, we don't even teach you how normal brain works. We only are obsessed with pathological conditions in the treatment. How can you fix a machine that you don't understand how it works, right? How come there's so little understanding of how brain works, and we are not even bothered about it? Because tools are means the basic concepts and how they're related is very weak. Then we compare that with engineering and physics. It's such a solid body of mathematics that is a foundation for most engineering disciplines. That's why we're able to send rockets with such reliability and all that. With brain, come on, take any brain disorder, measure ones. Can you say I can cure this? Epilepsy, schizophrenia, bipolar, Parkinson's, Alzheimer's, take anything, not just neurodegenerative. Right? Can I say that I can treat this patient with 100% chance? We don't even understand the function. We don't even know what does this disease mean in the brain. So I think, and that doesn't need too much technology, tons of data, because more data you have, more confused you are. You don't know, you see, it adds to the confusion. Because like in physics, we need an engineering type approach to brain function and reduce the whole thing to a handful of principles. What are those laws of the brain? Are there those 10 laws of the brain, laws of statistical mechanics, right? Once we have that, I think we can get a grip on the brain. Otherwise, the focus is right now on technology and measurement tools, and then massage them and then protect them. It's like this is a story about Sadhu and his loincloth. Right? To protect loincloth, you get a cat and then the cow and so you just keep on building machinery which has nothing to do with the core problem. I think the elephant in the room is being missed. I think we need to worry about that a little bit and kind of brainstorm on that. Maybe next year when you have the workshop, I think we need to address the elephant in the room. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, sir. Please don't feel bad if your questions are not asked. You have an opportunity to ask during lunch sessions. You can collaborate, you can network with the chief guest, with the speakers. And moving forward, now I request all the guests to please take their seats. Thank you so much, sir. I request Daniel, sir, to please be on the stage. Now I request Mr. Raja Hareen, our beloved Vice President, to grace us to the dais, and Dr. Alexander from Sorbonne University, France, to grace us onto the dais, and also Dr. Jagannath Rao, sir, Pro-Chancellor, KL University. Now we'll be listening a short presentation by Dr. Rao and Dr. Daniel about the future endeavors of Indo-France Conference.
Good afternoon, all of you. We make it short because we know you're all hungry and it's a closing time. So what next from this workshop is one of the information we were looking, and then the team from Daniel and also team from like Indo-France jointly worked out certain strategies on that. One of the important thing, is to build a roadmap for building an international center on artificial intelligence application in medicine. Not only neuroscience, connected areas, where we have a complex issues. And the center we would like to have is an advisory board from all over the world with the leading scientists, including a Nobel laureate, onto the board. And also important is India has a lot of data, on not only MRI, DBS, and neuropathology, as already Shilpa Rao explained. So we would like to create the networking of this so that people can use, because people should be aware this is available, not only outside, even for Indians. A lot of people need to know that these facilities are available and these networks are available. So we'd like to create this part, including blood-based biomarkers. And then institutes of excellency like NIMHANS, All Institute of Medical Sciences, clusters. They have a large number of AIIMS clusters now. So we involve all of them, YSR Health University, Apollo Hospitals, which are the biggest areas where they have the huge data available. And Devarajas Medical College, and then Umix Hospital, many of them. We are now, through this center, we want to network them, because we don't want to lose any data. We need to have them for the consolidation of the information, and then we will put people to work on that, projects jointly, and then our dream is to come with an accurate method in the assessment of either MRI or a blood-based biomarker, anything, and it is a dream that as a big team, we should be able to put the method in the nature method, something like that. So we have to plan for 2 to 3 years to build such strategies. And it is going to be a multidisciplinary center where we'll have faculty from every institutions. Those who are interested, those who are committed, to do the academic work and get involved in the research projects and other things, they can be a part, including doctors. They are the main people, and we put them as adjunct faculty of the center. So this center is going to be an independent entity in the system of the university. And when we are taking database, very clearly I would like to mention that every database will be validated by neurologists before it get into the system, because vaguely we don't take databases from here and there. And then the center promotes a lot of activities, because there are a number of universities in India which are not aware of opportunities available even within India. So we would like to encourage them to join. So we give them an opportunities, networking, help them even writing the project, help them even sending the students how to do the process. And also, especially young students can take an opportunity like 6 months internships, so they can experience whether they have a passion for science. It's not just a degree. PhD is not just a technical degree. You should have passion for doing research part. So this is what we would like to encourage. And initially, we are happy that KLE is going to support 5 PhD scholarships, which will have multiple mentors. Mentors from France, mentors from India, not only from KL, but even outside KL. So the student will be a multidisciplinary composition to solve the problems. And we are also working out a strategy because we have a large number of funding available from different parts. Like CIFIPRA has 6 months funding for students to go to France. We have also IUBMB, we have also YMBO scholarships for students to go 1 year to work. So money is not the issue. The quality of science is very important. So that we would like to expose. So the students should at least spend 1 year, the co-mentors lab where they are going to work. And also we are looking whether 2 universities can give 2-year degrees for them, so they become unique model in the country. That's one of the important thing we would like. And the center, non-bureaucratic, that means we don't have too many administrative steps. As we know, we experience every part of the system. So this will be a single window model, which will be controlled, process by our president. So that everything will move in no time. That means you put up a note, you get an approval in no time. That's an efficiency of our president, as I was explaining yesterday. And then we also have joint workshops and seminars, as Srinivas Chakravarti was saying, because we have to encourage young minds, more young minds to speak, and they have to identify the crucial problems. See, unless we do in next 10 years, 2050 is the major problem for brain, as we all know that. So we have to resolve those problems, means we have to encourage younger minds to ask questions and to open their mindset, to challenge themselves. There's nothing stress in that because they have a passion. That's what we are looking now. And then we are also going to talk to Indian institutions. I'm going to talk to DST, DBT, all other people to see whether we can build an Indo-France scholarship program. Like we have other scholarship, running some of them through this thing, but also they can open up Indo-France for students. Like we have a India Purdue program where students will go 1.5 years. The best students, they have 10 scholarships. So I am going to submit this information. I already spoke to Nitin. He could not be here because he could not get even a single seat to travel to Vijayawada. Maybe we have political issues going on, no? Elections and other things. But he is going to support the idea, getting money from India and France joint programs. The center collaborates all over the world because we have networking, so many networking, and then we have opportunities to work with Japan, many countries. So the France partners will be a partner in all our projects where that is dynamically allowed. And very important, I would like to also mention, KL is a deemed university where we form a lot of our ideas, and our own networking. So we have opened for the co-guide mentors. So you are officially an adjunct faculty in the university, you are officially adjunct faculty, co-mentors, you become everything on paper. It's not just you be a co-mentor. Because we have that networking PhD program, we open up, like National Institute of Nutrition is a part of our system. So we allow their students to register, but we also allow them to do that. That's one part we have. The important aspect, from France side, Dr. Daniel will be coordinating to make efficient thing. From this side, I will be coordinating, connecting all of you, meeting very often. Not only meeting like this, I will be personally visiting many institutions. That's my job because I would like to network with the systems and connect faculty, students, whoever have an opportunity or who want to have an opportunity, we try to help them. This is main thinking that we have come up, but this we are going to circulate to all the participants, including students. These are ideas. So more ideas will add, we know that. So we open it. We open it for the discussions, and then you give your own ideas. So we make all these things into one, network shell, and then we circulate the final information to all of you. This is an idea because we have to have a dream that we have to build a top institution, one top center, not belong to me or you. It's for the globe, where we would like to build such networking and help students both from abroad, also from India. Because India has a huge database available, but we are not exploring it. There's a number of MRI scans or lyings without any attention. So that now I am going to build up. I already spoke to Apollo. I spoke to many institutions, including Pratima Murthy from that, and then other institutions. So we will do that process. So this is the take-home message from the conference right now, and I would like Daniel to add a few points from his side.
I'm very happy about that, and I really I should start singing now. So like some did much better before me, but you may say we are dreamers, but I'm happy to see that we are not the only ones. So I invite you to follow this dream together with us, because I believe that our patients are worth it, and the brain, it's an interesting starting point. So we can connect this to a lot of challenging issues we did discover partially in these few days, and I would like to thank you all for the participation till the end, and consistent participation, discussions, roundtable. For me, this was a real success, and I'm very happy to see such a value in here and in India, and I'm convinced we can do good science. For me, after some few years of activity, I'm reaching 55, 56 soon. I did a lot of countries. I did work in Southeast Asia, in Singapore, in Latin America, in Eastern Europe, in Western Europe. I can tell you that I'm done with the empty shells. I don't want empty shells anymore. I don't want to do politics. I never did that. I'm trying not to do politics. But I believe in science. I believe in research. And I believe that if we have some good stuff going on together, politics will follow. Because this is what they want to see also, success, good publications. So I suggest we start by the groundwork. We identify interesting challenges together, and we try to go up to this level of center. The fact that we have 5 scholarships, it's concrete. It's a concrete information, and I would like to thank you very much for this support. And this is a great initiative. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now, moving forward to the last session. Now, I would like to request Dr. Alexander from Sorbonne University, France, to speak a few words and as a closing remark.
So thank you. So thank you all for this very interesting 2.5 days. I think it was very fruitful discussion, interesting. Also, very importantly, I think that it shows that more and more the world, but a lot of different countries are facing, I would say, global health issue and very common global health issue. So we saw about brain. That's true also for cancer, for many other issues. And I think now collaboration between all countries is very important. So between France and India, we have actually the CEFIPRA, which already exists. We have other tools, so the French Institute of India, also who are helping to move and to pay for mobility for Indian students, but also for French students going to India. And I think that's very important, because it's important for our young generation to know where and how science is made in all over the world, and I think that's very important. We spoke about data, and that's clear issue, and I think it has to be also questioned in a worldwide view, I think. So that's a very ambitious project that I heard now, and so obviously that's quite important. I'm also involved actually in some collaboration with Brazil, so for the French Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And actually, we have now a word which is called scientific diplomacy. And I think it's very important because science actually brings people together. Hopefully, and especially for health science, it brings people together because we are all trying to bring a better future for our populations. And I think that's very important, and that's for what I really believe, I would say, all the kind of collaboration, French-Indian collaboration, European-Indian collaboration, because I'm also a European, and I think you should, students, but researchers also think about Europe to make collaboration, and I think we have a lot of common points. So really, go for it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I would like to request Dr. Raja Harim, Vice President, KL University, to speak a few words.
Firstly, I would like to say that I'm extremely, happy that the conference went very successfully, and the kind of talks. I mean, I've only heard a few talks, but those that I've heard are cutting edge. I could see that all these are actually cutting edge technology, and they also project what we can, feel or what we will be experiencing in future. And the topic for this conference or the meeting is something that is very essential today because, and especially very relevant for India. Because if you look at any brain disorder or a disease, we see that the numbers in India are equivalent to populations of certain countries. So that is the kind of market that is available in India. And the challenges are also so many. Whether you talk about developmental disabilities or whether you talk about old age brain disorders and diseases, so the challenges are there's so many and so unique and so complex simply because of the nature of human brain. Human brain is not a static a machine that doesn't change much, but it is rather a dynamic machine from the day we are born or conceived. Maybe in the first week itself, you have this neural tube starting, emerging, and then all the way till you die. It keeps on changing its shape, its behavior, its nature, and so there are a lot of functions primarily associated with the brain, and these functions change. What we like in childhood is not same as what we like in as an adult, and so you have different aspects and different functions of brain. It's so complex, like it maintains your body, homeostasis in your body, and also it gives us intelligence. It helps us navigate through this environment and world, taking information through these senses that we have, like touch, smell, and process them. And then it gives us sexuality, it gives us gender, it gives us a lot more identities as humans. So simply because of this nature, it is so complex. I think it is this. It generates so much data in a single person itself that machine learning and data science are needed, not just in population level, but also at an individual level, I feel, because the decisions that we take, are all influenced by how we grew up and then what we do every day and what we eat, and all that will have direct, indirect effects on brain, and all of that is generating a lot of changes in brain. So all of these data points are required even for a single individual to actually, understand how the brain is working in an individual. So from there to, data science and artificial intelligence has a role to play in genetics, because now we are seeing in India, genetics has become very, very, very affordable. Like, in 15,000, we're able to sequence the complete exome. And then in 50 or 60,000 rupees, we're able to sequence genome. That is unthinkable. When I was studying, it costed $1 billion to actually sequence a genome, and it was only 80 to 90% accurate. But today we have 99% accurate genomes available at 50,000 rupees, 60,000 rupees. And if you see in the genome, a lot of these genes, a lot of genes are all, that influence directly or indirectly development or functioning of human brain. So that is the importance of, brain to us as humans. Even our lifespan is attributed to the complexity of human brain and the time it takes to develop and the childhood that we have. Because of this extended childhood, we see extended lifespan, and we see, humans living beyond the reproductive age, unlike other primates, which probably have like half or one-third of human lifespan. Just because of this complexity and of our brain, we see that, and it makes us unique. And then, so because of all these, everything that we do and everything that happens in the world is directly or indirectly we can associate it to human brain. Whether you talk about, how we divide ourselves as to different different religions or tribes or community, caste or color or race, and all these, and these are all different things that we create, and that is done by human brain. And so what I'm trying to tell here is, like, brain research is so important, any discovery that we can make in brain research impacts the whole humanity. And AI and machine learning are the future for actually understanding the complexities and the nature of human brain and discovery. I'm also very happy to see the outcome of this conference, taking shape into a center and a multidisciplinary center. And this center with, a lot of I'm hoping there'll be a lot of partners coming from across the world that would, contribute and make this center a successful center. And I also hope the center, whatever research it takes up, has direct impact and measurable outcomes to the society. So I strongly, would like to see that center to have a great impact in society. We want to see tools developed in treating brain disorders, and we want to see new discoveries in terms of understanding the nature of human brain. And so I hope the center will live up to that. And once again, I would like to thank everybody who has come here and made this conference a success. Thank you.
Moving to the most awaited session. Now it's time to announce winners for the poster presentation. I would like to request Dr. Alexander and Dr. Rajaharin sir to present the certificates as a token of appreciation. I hope everyone are excited. Okay, first prize goes to Mr. Tarun S for poster on diabetes. Congratulations. And he won an amount of 10,000 prize money. Give him a round of applause. And second prize is for Esther. On behalf of her, I would like to ask Dr. Daniel to collect the certificate. And third and fourth prize is, for third prize goes to Avinash, and fourth is Narahari KV. It's a joint certificate, maybe, like they won equal amount, and prize money is of 1500. Congratulations, both of you. I congratulate everyone, and yes, it is a success, and a success international joint meeting. Now, yeah.
This is a short vote of thanks to all of you, because you know you have done a wonderful job. You traveled from different places, and you're so accommodative and excellent science. Thanks to all the administration of KL, our president, our vice president, our vice chancellor, and all the students coming from different parts of the country, and all the KL students here, and all the people who are supporting staff, from the auditorium to air condition to projection to press, everybody. Thank you very much.
Yes, and I would like also to thank my colleagues who have been crazy enough to follow me here. So, Alexandra, en premier, thank you very much. You are the contact person which need to be here because you have already a history with India, so thank you very much. Jean-Marie, Nadej, Raoul, thank you all. Esther has a bit of problems, but I believe she will be okay still. So, and thank you, all of you, for the interactions, and I hope we'll keep in touch and do good science together. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Speaking about science is again everlasting. Ladies and gentlemen, now as we draw the curtains on this remarkable conference, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to each one of you. Your engagement, insights, and shared enthusiasm have made this event truly exceptional. Thank you for being a vital part of this conference. Safe travels, and until we meet next time, more shared discoveries and collaborations. Thank you again for giving me this opportunity to host this session.